Stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspect with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
Hi, I'm Jackson with Alpha Race Hub. Alpha is an all-in-one motorsports software solution that can solve all the software problems you need for your track, facility, or series. Alpha can cover all your software bases, from online registration, digital e-waivers, a proprietary timing and scoring software, incident management, automated points tabulation, tire and barcode scanning. We even have our own mobile timing app and rental kart activity management software. If you're looking to consolidate your motorsports software solutions, reach out to us at alphatiming.co.uk.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my gosh.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Yeah.
Of course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayCara.com. At ShopPayCara.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayCara.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go, come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico, it's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and zero sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Florida Kart Racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I want to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
That's like 20 bucks a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like 50 bucks a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all of the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today. Paulie Massimino wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix! James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars!
On track or off, Brandon Jarsekrak Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarsekrak, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarsekrakracing.com.
Gee, looks like we're missing the engine. What the hell am I supposed to tag?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
You gotta make way.
Okay, you're good. I'm sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, you don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg, Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, you know, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle.
How the f did you just win?
Doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson threw on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Florida kart racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and zero sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion, Paulie Massimino. Car rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome. From Briggs 206 to Mini to K100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead follow on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspect with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
Hi, I'm Jackson with Alpha Race Hub. Alpha is an all-in-one motorsports software solution that can solve all the software problems you need for your track, facility, or series. Alpha can cover all your software bases, from online registration, digital e-waivers, a proprietary timing and scoring software, incident management, automated points tabulation, tire and barcode scanning. We even have our own mobile timing app and rental kart activity management software. If you're looking to consolidate your motorsports software solutions, reach out to us at alphatiming.co.uk.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my god.
Wait, do you guys say you like shopping?
Of course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayCarrot.com. At ShopPayCarrot.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MCC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayCarrot.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and zero sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Florida Kart Racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Welcome everyone to today's action for MCC Cincinnati Pro-Am Karting Championship competition. Karting continues with the pre-finals and the finals here on Kart Chaser. I'm Justin Prince alongside Taylor Burris as we take a look at your track. It's MCC Cincinnati, it's the legacy layout that drivers are going to have to battle on here today. It's going to be interesting to see where the passes come. 4 and 7 were the most active yesterday, Taylor.
Absolutely, Justin, and hello everyone as we get set for some racing action. But we touched on a turn 4, turn 7, very different corners that can possibly open the door for some passing opportunities. Didn't see a whole lot of it happening in turn 7 like we did in turn 4. Most of the action we'll be seeing is off of turn 12, heading down the long straightaway over to turn 1 to set up some great passes. We also saw a couple of good passing zones over in turn 11 as well, so keep an eye to see who will make those brave and heroic decisions in that section and who can win the drag race off turn 12.
It's going to be fun to see where some of the battles come out. It was hard to pass at times yesterday, though. Hence why the important note to think about things. But it's time to see how things start out. That was yesterday's Australian Pursuit Grid. Today's Master Pre-Final for 206 is already seeing karts on the racetrack. And Alan Elwood in that 5 machine is the driver who will lead things off to the green flag in a few moments' time here. Derek Hastings set to take him on from second. Matthew Lina in third. Also have Ronald Swift up in the top 4 here as they start to double up. Christopher Iannello set to start 5th with Chris Gorman, Matt Overbeck, and Michael Davis the top 8. Matt Geist in 9th, Mike Doty in 10th with Kevin Simonovic, and Mark Cirk is on track here and will set up from the 12th position. Top to bottom run through here today for our drivers as we are just about set to go racing. Happy to have you with us here on Kart Chaser for today's action from MCC Cincinnati. Field waits for the green. Green light is on. We're underway. Hastings got the better launch at first, but the better corner for Elwood. It's still side by side for the race lead as they go through 2 and 3. Elwood clears.
Great jump by Elwood to get the race lead here on the opening lap. Hastings dropping back to second as they work their way into turn number 4. Hastings shoves the nose to the inside, makes the pass. Crossover, though, for Elwood as he tries to go around the outside. Can't make it work, drops back in line. It's about a 6-kart train as they head to turn 7, and Elwood slides it around and spins in front of the field. That is not what he needs to have happen. He's got to get it turned back around. Trouble happening on the opening lap as he also collects the 00 machine in the incident.
Yeah, a couple drivers sent sliding around to the back of the field as a result of Elwood's mistake. More drivers having some troubles there. I believe Iannello off to the grass, but up front. It's interesting with Swift starting things off on the battlefront. Michael Davis actually the one up there in second, correct myself. So Hayes Davis able to charge up 6 spots in 1 lap. How about that with Derek Hastings now controlling the field? Matt Geist holds on to 3rd spot here after the first minute.
Really surprising situation with Hastings holding on. Davis, though, really great start here to kick off the action as they work their way out of turn number 7. There you see the 9 machine of Lida having to start in 6. Has a little bit of work to do to try to catch back up, and of course, for Alan Elwood, it's not a good look for him in 10th position. He needs to get more positioning and make sure he has a chance of championship run, but he has no help whatsoever.
Not at all. And Hastings, we know, has the speed with some of the karts up here. Runaway Ronald Swift, by the way, did not get going. Started off the side of the road. Kevin Simonovic down in 10th position as we go. So Elwood's recovery starts now having to work through the backpack, all while the front group stays well connected. Once those trying to make moves, Matthew Lina, who immediately lost 3 spots off the start. Matthew Lina not able to do much to gain some spots yet. He is struggling to make some of those passes back there while Geist closes up on Davis.
Davis now trying to get a good run off of the corner as one kart goes off a little bit wide into the dirt. He gathers it back up. That's helping bring in Alan Elwood into the mix a little bit, but it might not be enough as there goes Lida down to the inside, side-by-side positioning, and that will get him around around Christopher Iannello here in this moment. Overbeck holds fourth position, so he now sets his sight on the fourth spot. But for Lida, as they continue jockeying for position in second, that allows Hastings to pull further and further away.
Oh, and we have another spinner. Heart of the field, once again having some more troubles. Once again, trouble seems to be sparking up for a lot of these drivers. The wrong times here that separate out the pack here. Drivers like Davis, Geist, separate out big time. Geist has rolled his way through 4th second spot. Hastings taking off with personal best lap times. With how things are going, Matthew Lina was the one on the slide to confirm. So Matthew Lina having a disastrous stint in this race. The championship front runners have had a disastrous time out there.
They certainly have, and it has not been good whatsoever. They got to find a way to gather themselves back up and work their way around the circuit. And Matthew Lida not looking good at all.
Yeah, Lida for reference is where you see Doty's name on the pylon. That's where he's currently running on the timing beacons. But see if there's any other troubles. It's Iannello off into the grass. And it's frustration for Christopher Iannello. He can't believe he went off track there that much. Dropping on back as Alan Elwood goes for the top 5 on Chris Gorman. Takes it away to the inside.
How about this? The recovery drive that we're about to see by Alan Elwood. Hastings is out for a Sunday drive, a good 3.5 seconds ahead of Matt Geist, who's having a stellar career day here at MCC, holding off some hard chargers behind. But here comes Elwood up to the back bumper of the 34 of Gorman to break into the top 5. He's going to lock to the back bumper of him, push him down the short chute over towards turn 11. Try to see if he can set himself up for a pass coming down turn 12.
Yeah, find out if there's enough pull here. There is an attempt on Davis. Gorman bringing Elwood with them. Elwood says, thank you very much for the opening. I will take it. Up to 4th spot, Elwood. A very quick recovery. Matthew Lida obviously out of the race now, can't confirm the 3 laps down, so he is done for this one. So that will swing points in a big way to Elwood, no matter what here for the championship standings here. This is a big recovery for Elwood to pick up the spots he is with how things are going. You see right now, the 2 drivers stopped are together at this point in the middle of the infield.
Field works their way over onto the things as they work their way onto the straightaway. Elwood trying to get up a little further up the running order as he moves to P4, getting around Michael Davis as he is working with Chris Gorman. They may try to hunt down Matt Geist. They are not too far behind, about a second, a little under a second behind, so they could make a charge for 2nd place, and that is what could help Elwood save him and give him the much-needed points. We'll tally that up a little bit after we're done.
But here comes some more moves. Elwood takes his way to the inside, able to get himself up to the top 3. Has a chance to maybe get a little bit higher up depending on what happens with Geist, but outside of that, looks like this might be the plateau. Derek Hastings, by the way, in all this, has ran away by a rapid march, and the only driver matching his times is the 5. Hastings, right now as they roll, is 5.7 seconds up over the rest of the field. This has been a dominant race yet again. Derek Hastings going right back where he left off yesterday, Taylor.
Absolutely. Hastings on another tear here, snakes his way through, 30 seconds to go, so about 3 laps left for him as he continues. It makes you wonder with Derek Hastings in this championship if he was able to compete in the other events he had, would he have had the chance to go for this championship? He didn't have a great start of the year. He had his average points position was right around 190, but at the second half of the year, from round 4 to today, he has been absolutely putting on a stellar drive, and he has one drop week, which is the one event that he missed. So unfortunately, his drop week is 0 points. So that could be the issue that could prevent him from winning a championship. But watching on Elwood, who is trying to close that gap, he's up to 3rd. He's now got to find his way around Matt Geist to get 2nd. We'll tally up points to see how that will help him out.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that for later on here today. But now, as this goes, coming up to the 1 to go mark this time, Elwood pokes his way to the inside of Geist. Geist lets him get to the inside. Now switch to the outside. Elwood looking like he's going to reset, try and get it done in the first corners here, possibly coming up. This final time by if the opportunity presents itself. Down the front straightaway they go. Hastings well and truly clear. Elwood in his favorite passing spot. Turn 1. Diving through to the inside. Elwood takes over 2nd.
And he is on the charge. He won't have a shot to go for the win, but he will stop the bleeding. He will get, well, as I say that, as he battles it out right there with Matt Geist. That's 90 points compared to what Matthew Lyda is going to be getting as far as finishing in 10th position, which that would be, I would have to say, not a good points run for him.
Yeah, now we look to see they shape up. Derek Hastings already coming up to the checker flag right now. He'll take a dominating win in this one. Closed up under 7 seconds. Elwood did towards the end of this one. It's Elwood who's able to get to 2nd. 7.1 seconds is the interval, though, in the end over Chris Gorman. Matt Geist falls down to 4th. Michael Davis hits the top 5. INL, Overbeck, Savanowick. Amongst the finishers, Cirque, Lina, and Swip were a part of the DNF list and our first pre-final of the day, Taylor.
And it's going to be exciting. Give 90 points there to Alan Elwood, and maybe around 50 points per se for the driver of Lyda. So it's a 40-point swing. Give 40 points there and ahead for the driver of Alan Elwood. So that's going to be interesting to see how it plays out in the finals.
Junior time, it's Adam Klein on the pole today in 2:06. Homer Heyman will start in 2nd, then Tegan Snyder and Ryder Nesbitt the 2nd row. Will Wilkie starts in row 3 with Randy Harvey. She'll start ahead of William Richard and Everett Lecker. Then it's Isaiah Maxey in the 9th position today with Carson Benjamin rounding out your top 10 starting spots. Most of the top 10 starters here today in this class. As we get ready to roll pretty soon. Remember, Tegan Snyder, that points leader, coming into today, looking to carry things ahead today. Yesterday, in the final reference, it was Will Wilkie who took the win, remember, in that one. Some of the air qualifiers in this field, by the way, outside the top 10, Vince Krzyzewski, Logan McCluskey, Lincoln DeCoster, Liam Richter, the top 14, Ethan Langley starts 15th, Carson Bethune will start in 16th, Gunnar Bangoon will start in 17th, Gage Butler is down in 18th. Big field of drivers getting set to go here, Taylor, and waiting for the lights to turn on for themselves here. This could get pretty racy today as they hit the track.
They will hit the track indeed and get themselves lined up, ready to go. And we'll go 206 Junior Racing. Klein, Heyman, Nesbitt, Schneider, Wilkie. Those are the 5 we're going to be excited to watch as they warm up them tires and get themselves ready to go. A total of 18 karts heading out onto the track.
Well, lot of drivers, a lot of competitors looking to do well here today. Let's see how racy these battles get here with all the leaf cover all over one of the straightaways as we go. You can see those leaves now fluttering around the racetrack. How things are falling down around here, but 8 minutes plus 1 lap. Get a reminder, we are already racing throughout the remainder of the day for those who haven't picked that up. So we'll be speeding our way through the schedule likely as the day goes on. So coming up to the tram lines here, taking it nice and slow it looks like before they get to the green lights. See how slow they can keep it here coming up to the start box. Looks like they're happy with the lineup. Green, 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 and we're underway. Looking 3 wide for a moment. One Snyder. Instead, it's Klein with a better run inside. Now they're 3 wide in the middle of the field. Snyder getting relegated to the heart of the pack.
Schneider having a tough break there on that opening lap. He is swallowed up in the hornet's nest and has to find a way to work his way through the chaos that has ensued around him as Adler, Klein, Heyhaven, and Nesbitt set themselves up and sitting comfortably in the top 3. Actually, Wilkie found his way up through the running order as well. So he's the one who sits 3rd in the moment. Heyhaven dropping quite a ways back in 206 juniors.
Yeah, way far down in the order for some of the drivers from the onset here. So we take a look and see where things shuffle up at the front of the field. So Snyder, indeed able to hold on to second. To correct myself there, Heyman was the one getting shuffled to the back. Some of the others losing tons of ground in the second pack of 3 seconds. That goes Langley, Bagoon, Loecker losing 7 spots off the rip.
Liam Richter getting a 5-second penalty.
Richter, that's for avoidable contact too, Taylor.
Yes, it is. And with that, Schneider up to second as 2 karts go wide and loop around in turn number 7. Tough break for those 2 drivers as they will try to continue on. There's Heyman working his way back up to the field behind Richards as he and Nesbitt try to work up and close on the top 3 as Schneider tries to just settle in.
Yeah, right now trying to push Klein for now as they go. All this as well. Everyone circulates themselves on the track of note. Krzyzewski having some issues, has fallen to the back of the field, all the way down to 16th with some off-track excursions. But it's about plotting and planning when it comes to these battles for the race lead. Maxi also plotting and planning for the top 5 here. See over Maxi having a lot of up and downs here this season. Once those trying to sort themselves out quickly here in this pack. We've seen speed from the 22 throughout the season here. We're seeing that push. Try and work hard to close this gap here. We're still half a race to go, give or take. 5 minutes to go on the clock this time. Snyder sets the fastest lap all season.
He's trying to work with Adler to get them away, give them some breathing room away from the competition, so that way they can settle amongst themselves. Schneider wanting to see if he can get the win in this 206 junior category and give him more of a cushion to try and to make sure he is your champion here in 206 juniors ahead of Adler Klein. And he's doing just that, just biding his time, being a little bit patient, and try to see if he can separate himself with Adler Klein.
Right now, Snyder trying to just do the big thing. Limit the variables, make it a chess match. Try making it easy to plot and plan things out. As we say so many times, Wilkie is keeping up with the fight like yesterday, though. It's had speed all throughout the entire weekend here. As dead even times up front. 59.94 for the top 2. Dead even. Right now, Klein and Snyder just fully in sync on the push away for the rest of this pack.
Field now goes nose to tail here as we watch the rest of the field. A little bit of drivers following back and trying to work their way through. Heyman up to fourth, now sets his sight on Wilkie, as Maxie and Harvey also battle for the sixth spot.
Yeah, right now, you see them in the background trying to push as they might. Some of those groups. Still dead even, speeds up at the front. Looks like Snyder thinking about a way to poke and prod. Nothing alongside quite yet though. So Snyder gonna probably wait until the very end here. You'd have to think how things are going here in this race. Wilkie is losing touch every lap. Heyman holding on in front of Nesbitt is that car right on behind the 32. It's been the one pushing this entire run just about. Not bad for Nesbitt so far throughout this entire race. To try it as he might, but the speed matched last time was only within 0.2 of the leader, still losing ground.
Under 3 minutes to go, plus an additional lap. So far, I really am excited to see how the 32 machine can catch up and work with Heyman to catch up to Wilkie. This is a little bit of a different situation. Yes, they're not in the championship hunt for the championship, but they are still wanting to find their way up the running order. Nesbitt looking to try to maybe break into the top 5, and with a good run here today, that could be the case for him as he tries to find his way around. Schneider and company also really doing a great job with Adler Klein, as those two have continued to pull away. Wilkie all by his lonesome and have to make sure he doesn't lose track of Heyman and Nesbitt, who are closing in on him as we go further back to a couple of other karts. There you see right there, Wilkie now under pressure from Heyman and Nesbitt with the 22 of Maxie and Harvey closing in.
Harvey, she's trying to go as much as you can to get towards the front. But out of this as well, Wilkie on screen trying to play some defense here. A little bit shallower line from Heyman. Now, Wilkie trying to just give those little bit of wider arcs here. Has preferred to be trying to get the exit to the right liner, get that extra slide of grip to be able to push forward here. Not going to be easy to pass by the 84, who's been top 3 most of the weekend here, Taylor. How do you set it up?
You got to set it up right here, right? We're seeing right now, have a dance partner and try to find your way around, which we're seeing Heyman do to the inside, gets around Wilkie, but unfortunately for Nesbitt, he does not get around Wilkie. He's going to have to try again.
Nothing doing there for Nesbitt, but is doing for Heyman, as they are now under 1 minute to work with on the clock in this race. Here from MCC Cincinnati. Wilkie getting eaten into on the gap by Nesbitt though. Really good corner apex through 7. Not great corner exit in comparison though. You can just see how much pull Wilkie's able to get in some of these areas down the straightaways, or in some of the areas with the high-speed corners.
Keep an eye and see what Adler Klein is going to be able to do on the defense here as he tries to hold off Schneider, and he is working his way through around the outside and holding strong. Schneider just staying tucked up behind, knows he's still got an extra lap to make this work.
Yep, and right now, see those lines trying to play the games here up front with now Snyder leading at the point. Will Klein get a chance to draft on by on the final time around to retake the lead? Butler, by the way, falling down the order, plummeting down to the back. Up at the greatest runs for Kart 26, but up front, Snyder going on a drag to the inside defensively, forces Klein high side. Klein trying to make the pass the hard way. Still dead even, up into the right liner sections as Snyder clears in front.
Can he get to the inside here over at turn number 4 and try some moves here and get away? He has room to make it work. Nope, he's going to go on the outside. Can he cross over and switch it up a little bit in turn number 7? Not close enough. He looks to hold on as Schneider goes on to defensive. He'll switch to the outside, build some momentum and get the run he needs, but he does not get it. He now gets to his inside just a little bit as they snake their way up towards turn 11.
Trying to serpentine their way on through. Serpentine goes Klein. Will he be able to build up a one last run? Snyder able to claw his way to the front. Here comes Klein on one last look. It is Snyder by 13th 1,000th of a second. Klein second, and Heyman in third. Wilkie and Nesbitt get the top 5, Taylor.
Great drive by those drivers here with Heyman and Wilkie and Nesbitt, but for Tegan Schneider to be so patient and wait till the right opportunity to make that pass and make it stick works out in his favor, why he is going to probably be the championship favorite in 206 Junior.
Interesting racing to say the least, but speaking of 206 Junior, those drivers getting themselves all ready to go here. Seen some good battling from them yesterday. We'll see if there is that here today. So waiting for the cards to be able to reach. We do have the competitors just about ready to go. Henry Wheeler starts the pole for this class. Next up in the order is going to be Ben Lina, Ryan Crouch, Noah Holiday, Addison Ianello amongst your top 5 here today. You also have Jordan Klein, Brendan Hebert, Gavin Dagenhart, and Garrett Hagerman, followed by Alex Gusilio and Davis Gorman. Spec to the back. Of note, Ben Lina and Ryan Crouch, they had to go off the second fastest times. They were dead even on fastest lap times. Ben Lina got the tiebreaker. As we get ready to go here, a reminder here for today's coverage to follow along on Instagram here on Kart Chaser. Be sure to tune in to social media. Follow more. What did you just see, Taylor?
Breaking news, Tegan Schneider under investigation for impeding in that previous race. So we'll find out for sure if that position is going to stand or will he receive a time penalty.
That's going to have some ramifications potentially for the championship. Absolutely, Taylor. You can't impede your competitors with aggressive blocking here.
So now we'll keep an eye on that.
Yeah, have to go, and we'll have to keep an eye. Absolutely. How do you expect the start to go?
Well, the start for here in the 206 senior category, Henry Wheeler, of course, up towards the front of the field. Safe to say he's going to do everything he can to hold off and just run away. Have maybe 1 or 2 drivers keep up with him to kind of separate himself from the rest of the field. But as I look through the field, Heber, he's got to find some which way or another to find his way up into the top 3 as quickly as possible.
Getting set to start things off here today. Get 206 Senior ready to go. Happy with this still here on Kart Chaser as Wheeler and Lina battle up front. Green. We're underway. Good start for Wheeler. Lina got the edge at the scoring loop, but it's Wheeler who gets the edge into the infield.
Heber gets a good jump, picks up a couple of spots here as they head over to turn number 4, nose to tail, side by side, 2 rows deep as they snake their way out. And Wheeler holding position, Lida looking over his shoulder as he tries to make sure no one finds his way around. It's coming into turn 7. Great pass by Heber to pick up a couple of more spots. He's about to break into the top 5 as he now drops back to 7th. As he works his way up through the S's. Wheeler holding strong by about 2 kart lengths as one driver goes off, goes into the grass, and there goes around. Was that Holiday who looped it around? Tough break for him as he tries to find his way. And then we go back to Ianello, who is going to fall further back. And nope, that was Ryan Crouch who went off into the dirt.
So drivers taking some major slides right now across the circuit. Heber needs to go on a push, trying to keep up with Ionello. He's under attack. Heber is, in fact, side by side. That's Klein amongst those back there trying to find a way on forward. Instead, Heber's able to fend things off on Klein. She's back into line after that scrap. This championship going to be interesting for Heber. Needs to find some speed, and today, this weekend, hasn't had the winning speed like we've seen in some of the races earlier in the campaign. So just try and tuck in and try and find a way around. Here we go. Gets to the fender, has to go back in line.
Heber didn't have enough of a run to try to make that pass. He thought better of it, got back into line, and now is going to snake his way through and just follow suit, seeing if he can try to set himself up for a better run, maybe up towards turn 11. And he does not. He shoves Ionello out of the way, goes side by side as they make the run to turn 7, and she has help. Ionello does right there of Klein. Klein going to help her out of the way and drop Heber back to 7th. Or 6, I should say.
Yes. Now Heber forced to go on the reset as a result of that sequence. So 5.5 minutes to work with up on the clock though. So a decent amount of time to be able to get this to go. This time through, Heber behind Klein as said. Klein going to push Ionello as they go. Addison Ionello. Hold firm up front, by the way, for those wondering how the lead's going. Wheeler has a 1/10 of a second lead over Ben Lina. Holiday has dropped nearly a second off of the leader. Patience game is on here, Taylor, as we're seeing on screen. Nothing doing in this battle pack for the points championship leaders. All of them trying to quite simply plot this out and plan things out. We know Heber going to be wanting to be very aggressive. He did have some success yesterday. He won the best pitcher in the trick-or-treating part of the festivities yesterday.
Absolutely. So a great round of applause for him, as he did get a victory of some sort this past weekend so far, but looking to try to get a little bit more in the running as they tries to find his way. Currently 6th. They have caught up to Holiday, so he could go for at least a shot of 3rd position, which could help him in the championship if he can keep Ionello behind him in these final few minutes left to go in the race. But he's got to have some help to try and get around these other competitors in front of him. Ionello going to go to the inside, thought about it, ducks back into line. Now Klein is going to go with Ionello, ducks back in line. They thought about it for sure. Now they're going to fire off as they head off into turn 2. They're going to move the driver of Holiday up the track, leave the door open for Heber as he will now go to the bottom. And now Holiday shuts the door on Heber.
Now Holiday trying to stop the bleeding, has lost a lot of ground, hasn't had the best pick-me-up right now, and we see Heber losing a ton of ground from it. Big lunge up through 7. Holiday goes all the way from the top 3 down to 6th spot in the span of a few corners, but that huge gap built up after that checkup, Heber did not need that at all here for this race with less than 3 minutes to go.
We'll touch on right quick as we watch this battle for the 3rd position in the 206 seniors. The 206 junior pre-final has been made official. No further action regarding with Tegan Schneider, so he will maintain the top position in that class.
Hard to note, absolutely. Good to keep up with that information here in this situation, as right now Ionello in position to pick up spots still in this battle for the 206 Senior Championship. That would make it much more harder for Brandon Heber during the races later on today. 2 minutes to go. Heber digging hard. By the way, they are keeping within a couple seconds of your overall leaders that have stayed 1-2 here, so they are able to match, if not chip away, at the front runners.
Well, just to show you, they are chipping away. Braden Heber just set the fastest lap of the race so far, and they are 1.8 seconds back from Ben Lida and closing as they work their charge up through the field. And as we watch your top two, there you see Wheeler just hitting his marks, has Lida right there behind. Lida's not going to try anything crazy. Realize that they have still quite a bit of racing left to go, and they don't want to bring in more competitors that could jumble up the running order in these closing minutes.
Yes, a couple more laps to work with, 3 specifically, I believe, on the estimate as we have changes. Here we go. Klein inside. Pass by Heber. Does get in front of Iannello. Takes advantage of the swap. So now Heber in the positive in the battle for the championship points. Now needs to pick up the buffer, needs to pick up even more points here on Klein. Tries to push Klein forward here. She holds for now as Heber needs to go up front. Top 2 stay calm. Heber trying to calm up, be able to pick up the intensity here to come to 2 laps to go.
Look at the gap that they're gaining, pulling away from of Iannello right now as Heber is pushing Klein as much as he can in order to make sure he can try to get around her as quickly as possible as they head down the front straightaway. 3 or 2 laps to go by the looks of it. And Ben Lida setting fastest lap of the race. Here comes Heber to the inside, gets the spot away from Jordan Klein. And now Klein has to determine what she's going to do. Is she going to work with Heber, or is she going to work with Iannello as they try to figure out a game plan to work their way out of turn 4? And Heber now has to kick in the afterburners and try to run away.
Trying to find a way to make sure this bumper stands up here. Coming up to the white flag, absolutely. Bit of a point swing coming through for Heber to trim the gap and make things interesting, absolutely, to determine a champion once we go to the final later on this afternoon here from MCC Cincinnati. Drag race once again to the inside. Nearly gets to the inside. Heber holds on to the top 3 with a white flag waving. Final time around. How are things going to go between Wheeler and Lida is another question. Battle for championship points still staying single file as they work their way to 4. No real major defensive lines, maybe a little bit to the middle there from Heber. This time hugging more to the right side to prevent any more pokes before the arc opens up for the arc, and in through the hole goes Klein. It pushes Heber wide. Iannello jumps on through as well. So Heber goes from a net positive to a net negative in the point standings. Need a mistake here to have a chance. Up front, though, Wheeler and Lida going for a drag race. Side by side at the line, it's Lida who takes it by 46 1/1000ths. Oh, wow. Jordan Klein and Addison Iannello both jump the 8. Braden Heber loses points in the pre-final.
Not a good situation for the driver Braden Heber here in the closing stages of this championship. He is going to have to find a way to win this race in order for him to win the championship.
And that all still is dependent on where Addison Iannello in turn ends up in the running order by the end of the day. So a big shuffle coming on through here. 206 Cadet about to shuffle its way onto the racetrack where Drew Snyder controls the championship. We'll take a break. You're watching Kart Cheese for today's coverage of the Pro-Am Karting Championship. Lights are blinking, just about ready to hit the racetrack for 206 Cadets. 206 engines are ready to get themselves roaring. Chester Prince Taylor Burris with you here on Kart Chaser as we get set once again for the start. Drew Snyder starts on the pole today. Harrison Bell and Logan Pollock next. Lance Sabadovic will start in fourth with Oliver Collins down in the top 5. Colton Hoops starts off in 6th with Henry Onken in 7th. Kaden Tracy should say, in 8th. And Wyatt Huntsberger is the last of the starters here today, Taylor. So we're about to find out how they are able to race it on out here. Just waiting for the word for them to go here as they wait for some drivers, I believe, from the last race on pickup. Your thoughts here, Taylor, as we get ready for Cadets to round up the 206 portion of the pre-finals?
Well, I know one thing's for certain is that for Drew Schneider, he is going to try to do everything he can to maintain his positioning and go for that championship. But he's still got to get through and hopefully still wants to put up a good result for him to wrap up the season. I mean, for Drew Schneider, looking to go for 2 championships this season. Hopefully he can put on a great drive here and have a shot of winning here and picking up his 4th win of the season.
Yeah, we'll see if that ends up being the case here yet again to cap off a championship campaign here on Kart Chaser. All heating up the tires and getting themselves all situated and ready to go here. These Cadet drivers almost ready to roar here. Remember, the Cadets are ages 7 to 12, essentially the same age band as a Micro and Mini Swift. But there is the difference, first of all, with the Cadets. They are a little bit heavier, and of course, different engine package. 206 engine package drives a lot more differently with the Briggs & Stratton platform compared to the IAME package that we see for the minis and the micros. Drivers being told to slow down, and they went too fast. They're going to go again. Yeah, you just got to make sure you slow down enough for the tram lines, and these youngsters yesterday did the same thing.
Yeah, they did. They struggled a little bit with that, but you know, these are just the young drivers, future superstars, just learning the importance of the track, and it still takes a little bit of time. There is a couple of new people who are making their debut by the looks of it in this championship as well as they work their way through. Yeah, I'm looking over the entire field from yesterday. We had at least a total 6 different drivers who made their debut in yesterday's event. So yeah, it's just going to take a little time.
So the field resets itself yet again into the lineup. Snyder ready to control the field once they get to the tram lines. They are still carrying a fair amount of speed here. See if they slow down a lot more this time once they come up to the straightaway. Make sure they dial it down an extra little bit here before we get going. And it looks like race officials telling to slow down. Some of the drivers telling each other slow on down. Will they do it this time? They're still carrying a lot of speed. And they still didn't like it. Still too fast.
You know, if I remember Norman correctly, if they don't get it right the second time, they will invert the top front row.
See if they make that change. We've seen a couple times wave on through, so not seeing things inverted yet amongst that front row. But they will pace again as a result here. Second time pacing on through, as now you can tell the frustration with some of the drivers. You have Oliver Collins saying, we got to slow down if we want to start this race. We got to crank it down. They're already telling them halfway through. Front row will be swapped if they do it one more time, Taylor, so they got to get it right this time.
All I got to say is that it's better situation of what they have right now than certain other series, like in the Texas Sprint Racing Series. It doesn't matter. Once if they false start or not, that timer goes off. So they get still a little bit of breathing room and continue on a race, and they'll have a full distance.
Yeah, that is a big difference there that can pop up in those races. We've seen that in some other series, such as CKA, where you lose a full lap. If you have to restart the race because there's an issue with the starting procedure. So a lot of things can be done by different series. It depends track to track and series by series, absolutely. Is it slow enough this time? They get the green light at least. After a couple false starts, Drew Snyder loses the lead off the jump. Outside, it's Bell who pulls off and runs away.
Great jump right there by Bell to take over the race lead as he leads the charge. Schneider, though, goes on the defensive to try to keep a couple of other competitors behind, such as Pollock, who has moved up to third and now tries to hold off the rest of the field. There you also have the driver of Simonellic also in hot pursuit. And they say, come out of the corners. Schneider just doing everything he can to hold off the herd of drivers coming his way.
Drew Snyder doesn't want to fall down the order here to close things out. You see, although some of the drivers that have popped up here today pushing hard, is Pollock all over the rear end. Looks like Pollock want to give the extra boost on the push, but now dropping down to fourth off the jump. Onken down to the back of the field from the opening rip. And right now it looks like Bell's just got a speed difference on the race pace. Bell in particular, yesterday looked pretty sporty. We're seeing that again today.
Bell picking up where he left off as he tries to hold it, but Drew Schneider having a little bit of a better run today than he did yesterday. Great run for him as he tries to hold on the competition, but Drew Schneider gets a great run out of turn 12. He'll look to the inside. He has some help from Pollock. He'll wants to lead this race as they head off into one.
Snyder stinks his way underneath, and yet again, a change from the rip. The opening minutes here, Snyder now up front with Pollock. Able to get up front as well. Bell relegated down to the third spot in one span. Simonellic, for the first time majorly in a bit this weekend, is also in contention for the race lead here. So all of them stay connected now, but it's Snyder in control of things during this one. He's had some good speed so far in the 52.3s as we go in this one. Right now, it's one of the drivers that started racing at the age of 4. He's been battling so far here today. Pollock slides his way on by. It's Pollock up front.
We know one thing, Pollock has been able to be patient and take his time when it comes to taking over the race lead. And once he does get that race lead, he kind of starts to pull away from the competition. Can Drew Schneider and Bell prevent that opportunity from opening up and allowing Pollock to run away? He's going to do everything he can. They also got some help from Simonellic right behind as they work their way up towards turn 11 and 12. Good run coming from Schneider as he tries to get some help.
Yeah, help has been very necessary when it comes to making passes in this class today. Doesn't get it though from Bell. Bell saying, I want to go, and I want to go fast. Went on the curbing. Did not make the move. Snyder holds on in front for second. And now Bell forced to reset again. It's pretty clear that Bell feels like he's quicker than Snyder here today. Snyder with experience working with teams like Nitro Kart at the national scene in CKA Grants recently, about a month or so ago. Just riding and biding his time here, but how long does that go here? We'll have to see, because they've closed up the gap pretty significantly this time by, and Bell is uber hungry to go past halfway.
Here he comes. Here comes Bell to the inside of Schneider. Can't quite make it work, though. As we saw, he tried to make it stick, but unfortunately could not just get that extra oomph to get around the inside and get the position away. So he'll drop back to third, try to continue to work as Schneider thinks about setting up a pass in turn 4. Going to stay tucked up behind and actually loses a little bit of time as Pollock is just trying to maintain and goes on the defense with 3 minutes to go.
Right now, Snyder seems like he's got the game plan to figure out what he wants to do here. It's just about the execution to be able to get alongside Pollock and be able to find a way up front. Good corner exit up out of 12. That sets up Snyder for a run and a poke. Snyder to the inside, takes it over, and Bell comes on with.
Great drive by Schneider here as he works his way through. Bell going to follow suit. And how about Simonelli? He wants to try to challenge for a chance of a podium finish in this pre-final as he looks to find his opening around Pollock.
Yeah, again, nothing doing though to be able to get on by Bell in front of Snyder, and Pollock at this point trying to recuperate in this battle. Under 2 minutes to work with here on track. Top 4 have been trading around spots here, Taylor, like musical chairs. Where does this cycle stop? Nobody knows, as Bell thought about another poke to try and switch his chair.
He tried his best to do so, but it wasn't going to work for him. He just could not get to the inside like he wanted to. And as he does come out of turn number 4, a little bit of a slide right there by Schneider. But Bell also had a little issue with trying to get that cart gripped up. Gathers it back up and continues on his way. But so far, your top 4, just now, it's all a matter of who will fire off first to go for the race lead.
Yeah, right now, Snyder seems to be able to stretch out his legs a little bit now at the tail end of this run. Still a minute to work with. About going to be close on lap mark, 2 or 3 laps. Oh, wow, Bell goes to the front again, and he brought Pollock with him. Another change up front with the draft. It's all about, can you find a friend to make the pass here today? It seems to be the case for 206 Cadet at least. How long will Bell and Pollock remain friendly? We've seen 2 of them trading around spots, but also working around pretty well in these races here today. Big gain up this time, once again from Pollock on Bell, but Bell be very close on how many laps we get here. There is an incident responsibility that just got pushed on through, by the way, a few moments ago. Cadet Tracy at the back of the field had an incident already out of the race. 2 to go. Bell and Pollock running away a bit by 4/10.
These two have always worked well together all weekend. Every time one or the other got that positioning, they worked with each other to try and separate themselves from the field and settle it amongst themselves. Bell looking to try to get his first win of the season, while we are waiting to see if that's going to work out for him. But Pollock has had an incredible pace all weekend long. He was even able to check out amongst the field and pull away from everybody in the final. Could that be the case here today?
Here we go, white flag coming up. Snyder going inside line, taken by Bell. Snyder falls on through to second spot, goes the 11. Series championship leader up front with the draft. Now it's about, can he get some help to be able to try and take over the race lead coming to the drag race? Easier said than done, Taylor, as Snyder rides.
Snyder is right there. Can he try to find his way to get another pre-final victory this season as he looks his way through? He's got to get a little more push from Pollock if they wants to try to get around Bell out of turn 12. Working their way down the short chute up to the S's to the top of the hill. Schneider could maybe have something for Bell out of the final corner and maybe try to drag race him. Can he do it? Down the front straightaway. He's got an opening. Pollock goes on the defense to the bottom, but Bell and Schneider will work together and across the line, give it to the driver of Bell to take home the win.
So Bell able to hold on by 71 thousandths of a second. Drew Snyder over Logan Pollock. 7-0 Collins, the top 5. Huntsberger comes away in 6th. Hoops on Ken. The rest of the finishers, Tracy is a DNF in cadets today. From top to bottom at the results here in this one. As the shifters get ready. And we're hearing today here, Taylor, they are going to actually split the shifter classes. Pro first and then junior shifter is what we're hearing. So they are going to make a split today after combined races yesterday.
It's going to be interesting to see how this plays out, and we'll have ourselves a little fun with single class shifter races. And we'll turn them loose here momentarily for the pro shifters.
Yeah, we had a sizable field yesterday for both the classes combined. Now today, things changing in terms of how they want to approach these races compared to what we've seen over the course of the weekend. So far, 10 drivers are in the pro shifter race. There are 5 in the junior shifter for reference on the race speed. So, let's take a look at how they'll start in the next moment or so as they hit the racetrack. The Pangarums going to be the ones to beat potentially here, but we know Mitchell Lowry and Ben Lida have pace to keep up here, Taylor.
Field sets themselves out onto the track, and we have a total of 9 shifter carts going out there. Pegram's on the front row. Make it 10 now as Carroll finally joins the group. Very rarely we get multi-groups of shifter racing action here in the club level. It's good to see that. It was a good shifter car count each time we race here at the MCC. As here's your starting lineup. Riley and Larry Pegram are on the front row with Ben Lida and Mitchell Lowry in row 2. Jeff Lida and Fred Robertson in row 3 with Kevin Simonellic and Doug Duff, your championship points leader in row 4. Rounding out your 10-cart field is Tyler Abel and Jeff Carroll.
Look top to bottom at the running order here today for this class. So go around one more time to heat up their tires before they line up in the starting blocks. Let's talk about the perfect start here, Taylor. How do you get that launch timed up just right to control things here on shifter?
It's all about making sure you don't overheat that engine. You hold on to that clutch a little bit. Basically just try to be on the gears quickly. Don't just mash that throttle. You got to let it ease in and go. Otherwise, you're going to have a big issue where we saw a couple of drivers stall in the previous race from yesterday.
Definitely don't want someone to stall out absolutely here today. And now it looks like the field just about ready. Itself in its starting blocks for this race. Here in this one. See race control, just making sure everyone lines up. Practice start for Larry Pegram before he gets to his starting block. Everybody else gets to the markers to be able to get the launch down here in the race. Right now, some of the drivers are going to be very close to the edge of their tram lines here for the start. Thumbs up front. Keep an eye on the lights as the field's running. 8 minutes up on the board. Green, green, green. We're underway with Larry Pegram getting a much better launch. Riley Pegram gets swarmed down to third. Lowry jumps to second.
Lowry gets a good jump on the field. Can he make up the time? He has the pace to do so. As long as Larry and Riley don't make a mistake, Mitchell could be right there to capitalize on a great finish.
And right now, this field quickly trying to see where things spread apart. We know Lowry was able to group together with some of the best yesterday on pace. The Pegrams were dead even with them yesterday. We're seeing that the case again. Larry Pegram trying to maintain the buffer in front. Believe it or not, last round was the first time he scored points all season with his attendance in 2025. It feels like we've seen more of Larry, but I guess not. Robbie, though, we've seen plenty of. Larry Pegram just willing to ride behind Lowry and let the two try and close up.
Keep an eye on the action here as Lowry and Pegram will start to do battle. Big run coming up for Riley Pegram as she tries to hold on to position. Coming out of the final corner, gets a great run, gets right up to the back bumper. Good, we see something going into turn one as the two Lidas are right there behind, closing in.
Yeah, they are still, though, a second and a half back to the next kart. That is going to take a lot of effort in the first place to chip away. Right now, Riley Pegram not willing to push to the bumper yet, but is getting things timed up. Thought about a small poke, doesn't take it. So Lowry just parks it on through in the magic kart. And that's the major thing here. It's not just about the driver, it's about how good the kart is here, Taylor, when it comes to races like this. And right now, Larry Pegram's setup seems very dialed in to be able to maintain, if not grow the gap. He was a tenth quicker than everybody else that time by.
Looking through the field right now as Larry Pegram continues to set the stuff going on and sets the fastest lap of the race. Currently the gap half a second ahead as Riley is just trying to find any way she can to get back around Mitchell Lowry.
What do you do if you were her right now? Well, you can try that. That's a little aggressive through about 10-11. That sends Riley Pegram off. Riley Pegram goes off in the dirt. Able to recover, but now is in drafting distance to the Lidas in the background from that set.
She did the same thing yesterday in the feature race in the shifter, and that's what cost her. She went completely off course, though, during that time, so tough break for Riley Pegram as she tries to recover quickly, but falls into the clutches of Ben and Jeff Lida.
Cannot pass by. That's the bright side, though. It's still 7/10 the difference between them now to that mistake. All that being said, Larry Pegram, 4.5 minutes to work with. Lap times are zipping up by some of your fastest karts on property right now on the racetrack. Larry Pegram, once the drivers with motorcycle racing experience, being steady up at the point with Lowry trying to chip away. What do you do if you're Lowry to try and close up? 8/10 back is a fair bit in shifter.
It is a fair bit indeed, but Lowry does have some pace. Right now, they're running about 1/10 of a second different, but I think it might be too little too late. He's going to need a little more help because Larry's just so smooth and consistent. Doesn't make any mistakes. Riley, she's closing. She's, in fact, almost back to the back bumper of Mitchell Lowry, but she's also very aggressive on those marks, and it helps to be sometimes, but sometimes it costs you like it has earlier in this race.
We'll see if it happens again. Look at the recovery from Riley Pegram. She's pushed to fastest lap times of the racetrack last time by, 2/10 quicker than Mitchell Lowry on the charge. Riley's really good in clean air, but has been having a hard time getting the traffic cleared up here, rather trying to find a way around once they start to reach the traffic of these battles in front. By the way, Ben Lida now pulled away 2 seconds for Jeff Lida. Ben Lida last time by was 7/10 slower than Riley Pegram.
I will say Riley is really putting on a stellar drive as we go further back to Ben Lyda, who's also having a decent run. Been consistently running inside the top 5 ever since he started shifter racing, so great drive for him. Look forward to seeing what he can do next season.
Opportunity to grow absolutely on your karting program. Be able to build momentum, and that's one of the major things about the end of the season is it's an opportunity to finish strong, but it's also an opportunity to give you a barometer of where you need to improve upon for next season. What needs to be done? We go racing in 2026. There's so much at stake when it comes to thinking about the plotting and planning for these drivers as a result.
Looking through the field, see if there's anything else going on. Abel and Simonellic are having a good little fight for 8th. Here they are a little further back as we go up towards, and Lowry has caught, and as well as Riley Pegram, she is trying to get back on the tear.
Yep, right now Riley Pegram, we talked about the fast laps being put up. It's about to get tested, lots of traffic coming up. Keep in mind that Riley Pegram was already able to evade an investigation that just ended for a jump start. No further action was given to the 72 from that investigation. 1 minute to work with on the clock. Coming around 2 laps to go, likely next time by, as lap traffic very cordial. Simonellic wants those moving right to the side here immediately. Some of the others, like Abel, goes right back to the respective grooves without costing the leaders too much time. But Larry Pegram has dominated this race here, Taylor.
He certainly had, and he is showing everyone why he is a strong competitor for this race. And if only he was just able to be there for the full season, I think he probably would have been the championship favorite. As they come across the line, they are all lined up. 1, 2, 3. 2 Trinity Karting Group Burrell Arts, 1 Magic Kart, who is trying everything he can to break up the party and see if he can get his way up towards the front of the field and go for 2 for 2 as they come up through turn 4. Riley's trying to go a little bit wider to get some better acceleration off corner exit, while Larry as well as Lowry sticking towards the bottom, just trying to hit their marks on the apex.
Trials they might here, coming up to the white flag this time through. Mitchell Lowry goes for a bit of a cut to the inside. Riley Pegram again kicks up dirt once again in sector 3. Mitchell Lowry makes contact. Larry Pegram holds on. Lowry forced to slow up himself. They both checked each other up. Riley Pegram closes up a little bit on the ground. Coming through sector 2 now, this time through. Right now, Mitchell Lowry trying to find an extra little bit of zest. Gets within a kart length as they work their way through towards 11 and 12. One more opportunity for Lowry to go. Lowry has contact from behind by Riley Pegram for a moment. Larry Pegram cuts towards the middle. Cuts back outside, checker flag. Larry Pegram, Mitchell Lowry, Riley Pegram, your podium in the pre-final.
That's going to be an exciting one here to watch out for the action in today's final for these drivers as they work their way around. And I got to say, Larry and Riley are going to have a fight on their hand with Mitchell Lowry.
Ben Lila does finish ahead of Jeff by 7 seconds. Fred Robertson outscores Doug Duff, but Duff still in prime position to win a championship. Tyler Abel and Kevin Simonellic were lapped with Jeff Carroll as a DNF in this one. So we're past the halfway point already here for our heats. We still have another shifter race to go. So the junior shifters getting their own platform to race it out here. Since yesterday, we were ahead of schedule by a sizable bit. Now, the juniors get a chance to have a crack at it. Homer Heyman starts on the pole, and Nico Katowski in second, Robert Lash in third, Eli Furnish in fourth position. Ethan Langley rounds out the 5 starters in junior shifter here today, Taylor. And we'll see when they get the chance to go here as they've switched the lights from green to orange to make sure everyone gets lined up. So as they get ready to go here, remember, championship situation for those tuning in for the first time. Nico Katowski already with the chance to secure the championship. The points started getting tabulated for the series in round 5 of the campaign, remember. All right, Layden Mole, yet again, not here this weekend, was the closest competition. Championship is secure here. But still, a lot of opportunity for these youngsters to see where they go and develop here with their shifter skills, Taylor.
So it's incredible to see these junior shifters. We saw them make their debut at last year's Supernats at Las Vegas, and they have been incredible to see and showcase in this category in several club and regional levels. I'm excited to see how this class will continue to grow as we progress further with the technology and the work that all of these manufacturers have worked hard on to build these junior shifters. Do want to touch briefly on our 206 Senior Championship right now. As it stands, Braden Heber has the points lead right now. It's by a good margin at the moment due to the fact that right now Addison Ianello's drop race is going to be round 3, where she didn't score any points whatsoever. And Braden Heber's going to have to fall back early right now, on depending on how well he does so far. So it's a little bit of a gap right now, about 150 points at the moment. So it's going to be tighter once we find out how this all plays out.
Going to be interesting now, as again, that's all with currently Brandon Heber's drop of 70 being today as part of the factored in part of the equation. So it really all depends on how things play out. Brandon Heber, before coming into today, it looked like that was going to be the opposite situation, but now with the drop, what calculated through, has really shaken things up. So our 5 drivers just about ready to let it roar around the track. They will come up to get ready to get the starting blocks here. And some teammates up towards the front with TKG to control this field. Lash and Langley towards the back end of the order. There they go. Now onto the blocks they go for the start. Right now trying to tell some of the drivers to be able to line up properly here. Looks like a few drivers having some stallouts for a split second. As here we go. Lights now blinking. Keep an eye on the lights to get the launch. Green is out and we're underway. It's a good start for Heyman as they make their way on through. Heyman able to get a good distance as the top 2 pull away.
How about Eli Furnish with that great jump? He didn't even able to hold position. He does drop back to P3, but he put on a stellar shot to try to get second away from Katowski. Coming across the line here, side by side for positioning, and as they do so, it will be Nico Katowski who will take over the top spot ahead of Homer Heyman, who drops back to second. Katowski will pull ahead by a couple of kart lengths as they battle for third. Furnish, Lash, and Langley. Katowski setting fastest lap of the race as Heyman tried to send it in deep, could not make it work, and here comes Lash to get around Furnish for third. As trouble, look at the damage right there off Eli Furnish's cart. That side pod is just dangling off that in-gen machine.
Yeah, that's going to definitely slow him down a little bit. Maybe an issue that they'll have to try and repair upon later on. And Furnish falling back quickly as Langley all over the rear end. Look at that. It's almost like a shoe being kicked off someone's foot right now down the straightaways. Not much of a drag there is. How long do you think he can try to race like that here? Usually you don't see the side pod falling off like that.
I've seen it happen a couple of times this year already, Justin, in other categories. So I have to say probably race officials will be telling him to come down pit road within the next lap or two. As now he sees that the side pod is out. He knows what he needs to do. Unfortunate, tough break there for Eli Furnish.
Furnish now last in the running order as the field does separate out as potentially thought here with these junior shifters today. Nico Katowski on the charge, set the fastest lap of the layout for this class. 44.1s up at the point. They're not as quick as their pro counterparts, but they do have some punch to them, these karts, as you're talking about.
Heeman doing everything he can as he holds on to the second position, but so far I think Heeman's just going to settle in, log some laps, learn more about his kart of what he can accomplish, and see if he can try something in the final for Katowski.
Yeah, Heeman in particular has been amongst some of the contenders, some of the R races this weekend. We see the 206 categories. But Shifter, it's been a bit of a battle to be able to keep up with Katowski as he learns how these karts drive in general. Lash, truly on his lonesome here. Right now, Lash is running lap times a 10th quicker than Langley for reference on track.
Four minutes to go here for Katowski. Heeman is currently about 1.8 seconds. He's running consistently lap times. Lap after lap, he keeps improving upon that, but just still that little bit is what's costing him. He was about 0.3 of a second off the pace of Katowski last time by, then another 0.3 of a second back to Robert Lash as far as their times. So Katowski's just on another incredible drive and level amongst these competitors.
What else can you say when you have such a run as this one? Absolutely here. That was the case in terms of the pro shifter. Why I was a bit surprised with the separation today. Gives the juniors a little bit more room to breathe at the bright side. Just to have a lap traffic to factor on in for the pro shifters as much here. But all that being said here, it's about trying to plan for the future for the juniors, and that's part of the thing is they're here to learn, they're here to develop. You can't get your opportunity to learn for the national level here, Taylor, unless you're able to run at this level here and run the class that you potentially want to look at the big stage.
Absolutely, and of course this class here is a great stepping stone where we'll see these drivers racing in a pro shifter down the road. Not now, they're still a little too young, but it opens the door for them to just learn the importance of shifter racing here around circuits and facilities, as well as also get them ready for other categories as well as they work their way up through the rankings and the ladder system of motorsports competition.
Still 2 minutes to work with on the clock here for these drivers. It almost sounds like the amount of wind, by the way, we're hearing Oh, it's like jet engines blowing around a little bit around this racetrack. These karts kind of are jets in a way. I'm not sure where I'm going with this, but they carry a lot of speed. These drivers do around here at MCC Cincinnati. Beautiful, pristine landscape, all while trying to battle very apparently windy conditions. As they go, coming up towards the final minute here, Taylor. Right now that gap, 3.4 seconds for the lead.
Keeping on through, watching the wins here and seeing how it all plays out. I'm really curious to see if we can see some improvement from the other two TKG drivers in the finals. Kwiatkowski's just absolutely hitting his marks. I mean, there's no surprise there. He is going to be one to watch going into next season with what he can accomplish with this group at TKG with the Barella. And just incredible of what he's been able to do all season.
Indeed. Couple laps to go. We may see the one to go signal coming up here for Nico Kwiatkowski. Even rumbles through as they go. And so, see where things really shape up at the end during the races later on today. Zeros on the clock. This time around. And so, here we go. White flag is out. Final time around for the pre-final for Junior Shifter. Dominant performance for Nico Kwiatkowski. Once again in this class, he is by far the quickest here today. When it comes to this class in general, he'll zippity-doo-dah his way towards the very end. Up along the front straightaway with a chance to celebrate. We'll look to try and build this bumper even more so during the race itself. Checker flag, Kwiatkowski wins. Gibbon in second, Lash in third, Langley and Furnish the rest of the runners, Taylor.
Yeah, tough break for Furnish. Hopefully he can try to find a way to get that fixed and hopefully not make any contact to rejoin for the feature race later today. Put on a good run and maybe have a shot of a podium.
Absolutely here. And now that gets back to the rest of the schedule here as we go. It's been an interesting day so far, but we are still well on the map just about. KA100 Master is ready to map out their next race coming up. It's Andy Kutcher and Chris Kutcher up at the front. Remember, Andy and Chris in the close championship fight amongst the brothers. AJ Roderick here to disrupt things though on speed. Ethan Bocchino will start in fourth with Paul Meese and Damian Jennings the top six. Leahy and Tracy are followed in the order by Vogt and Kloon in the order. Then behind them, when it comes to your KA100 Master chassis, will be Nathan Williams, Ryan Estep, Corey Curry, and Don Bowles did not set a time during qualifying earlier. So now it becomes the question, can Andy keep up his consistency, Taylor? Have no mistakes, though. That's the important part. He cannot have a mistake if he wants to win over Chris.
Yeah, he has to have no mistakes whatsoever, hit his marks, and be able to put on a great show. You know, I'm looking at the championship from this past season. You know, Andy Kutcher, who has been putting on stellar run after stellar run. He picked up a total of 3 wins to kick off the season. But once we got after round 5, it started tapering off a little bit. He had a disqualification in round 6, and then one of his worst finishes this season in round 7. This pass for Chris Kutcher, kind of been just consistent. 290, 270, 270, 280 for the rounds, and then, of course, 2 wins in a row for him as we take the green flag. If Chris Kutcher can continue to just be consistent, he could be the one who takes home the checkered flag and the championship.
Underway as a result as the Kutchers try and control things. Andy and Chris try and battle it out up front. Andy in front, Chris behind. It's 2 of them. Roderick losing ground off the rim though. Already the distance growing between the top 2 of the rest of the pack rapidly. First time through at the stripe. The Kutchers have the separation built up already. The top 4 built up a buffer over everybody else. That's been pretty significant. Roderick holds on to 3rd with Meese in the top 4. Kino has already plummeted down the order with Jennings trying to hold off Tracy.
Now, a lot of drivers picking up some big runs, but for Ethan Bocchino, a big loss. 7 positions lost in that lap.
Yeah, not the greatest of starts, absolutely, for the run. As all of them try and shake themselves up and shake up the run. They've lost already, some of these drivers, 4 seconds in the span of a lap, by the way. That's how big some of the margins have grown up here. As we take a look and see where things shake up here. Bocchino, you see him in the background, is trying to get those spots back pretty quick with the background. Jennings building up a bumper fast over Tracy.
Yeah, Bocchino's really picking him up here and putting him down as quickly as possible in order for having a shot of a run. And really looking forward to seeing what he can do. Can he break into the top 5 as we watch a little further back as Jennings is starting to run away from Tracy and Leahy in these closing laps, or opening laps, I should say.
Yeah, and right now, all of these drivers just trying to figure out where are they going to be able to start later on. Already a -5 still for Bocchino. Everyone else has started basically where they started outside of Tracy. He's been able to plunder his way up to 6th. Speed showcase for Tracy as we see some of the others like him trying to find a way to get forward. Gerard Tracy, last time by 46.8. 4/10 off the pace of Jennings, but quicker than everybody else behind.
I gotta say, Damian Jennings is under some serious investigation right now. He has a tramline violation and incident responsibility. You're looking at about a good 10-second penalty if he receives these penalties right here. And for Damian Jennings, currently sitting P5, that would put him quite a ways back from the field right now, probably putting him outside the top 10.
Yep, right now Andy Kutcher doing exactly what you would expect when it comes to him in these races, to be able to run away from everybody else and just take off and control this field. Andy Kutcher, again, had experience as a driver coach when it comes to Porsche.
10-second penalty.
Oh boy, that's a pretty significant penalty. Actually, if that's the case, indeed, for the 275. Yeah, 2-wheel tram line violation just came over the bulletin, Taylor.
Yes, indeed. That is going to be detrimental, and he receives the incident penalty responsibility. So, yeah, not a good situation for Damian Jennings.
Not at all here with 3.5 minutes to work with in this race. I'll try find the way up into the conversation here. All that's wow. Roderick making an appearance here today. Holds on in front of Mies, has been doing a solid job to remain calm here and be able to stay up at the point. We've seen AJ Roderick a bit in this region. Of course, the name comes up when you think about the Team Roderick Racing Development. Of course, that organization has a lot of karts that pop on up during those races. They already had some of their drivers take part in wins and podiums that they help work with and race with over the years, and are some of the one of the teams getting ready for Daytona Kart Week eventually.
You're talking about probably one of the biggest 206 and KA events in the country, excluding, of course, for KA Kart Super Nationals, and for the 206s, the Grand Nationals that happen in Indianapolis. But Daytona Kart Week is just all things karting for every form of karting, whether it be sprint, road, or dirt. And it's an amazing event. A lot of great ways to have some fun out there in Daytona, especially around the Christmas and New Year's holiday.
Yep, absolutely. Never been to Daytona Kart Week, but I know that it's absolutely huge when it comes to that type of racing. Absolutely. Under 2 minutes to work with here on the day, at least for the Masters, for the pre-final is the better way to put it. Nothing doing and nothing changing in this fight.
No, there is nothing changing whatsoever amongst your top two of Andy and Chris Kutcher. Roderick and Mies are trying to see if they can close the gap a little bit as we watch Jennings and Bocchino battling for the 5th spot right now as Bocchino gets a good run in that 227 machine. He has made heavy short work of the action. Oh, it goes off track a little bit.
Some ooze coming over on reaction from some of those involved there. But all that still sees them hold on relatively calm in their fight. Bocchino, by the way, in the next pack, closing up to Jennings as well, as much some of those drivers also racing it out. Battle for third still is your closest, though, out of those intervals. Roderick taking a lot of wider arcs here in the corners, using those rhino liner areas to be able to get some grip before planting on down on the exits here. Good runs off the corners continuously here, though still.
Bocchino doing everything he can as we go further back. That's the 297 of Mies, who's got Roderick up ahead of him. They've been having a good little fight amongst themselves as well as they continue to hold position.
Yep, coming up to the white flag this time through. Should see the white flag this time up for Andy and Chris Kutcher. The separation amongst them, 2.3 seconds is the difference amongst them on the racetrack as they come on through. Now taking the white flag. Hold on, that interval's rapidly closed up a bit. Rather, that's lap traffic, pardon me there. But Andy, he's been comfortable all day. The speed, again, crossing over from quali. Andy Kutcher coming out through the final corners here. Running to shape up strong and set the tone for later, get some good points, but it's still like we're going to be Chris in front. We'll have to see where the points shuffle. It's Andy Kutcher who takes the pre-final, Chris Kutcher second, Roderick in the third position with Mies and Bocchino. Does take the top 5, it appears, over Jennings. Yes, indeed, a decent recovery for the 227. Leahy, Tracy, Vogt, and Klum get top 10 Taylor.
I'm curious to see how this will change the situation for Damian Jennings, because he got another investigation for avoidable contact, which they decided to add no further action. So if they gave him that would have been 15 seconds of penalties for him. But thankfully, it's only 10 seconds.
Yeah. By the way, speaking of keeping up with times, be sure to get a Micron 6 today. Find those at shopakr.com. Get your Micron today by using the QR code and take a look at the store. A great place to shop. So the minis and micros just about getting the chance to go. Some of those drivers giving the head taps here, Taylor. We'll see how racy things get for the youngsters.
It's going to get a little bit fun and exciting for our multi-class driver, our one and only multi-class event of the day with the mini and micros. As we wait to get the green light and release the drivers out onto the track. There it goes. Get set for 8 minutes plus a lap.
All of them come onto the racetrack now as they shape themselves up for this one. See that starting lineup in just a moment or so here. The field now on track and ready to rumble. Kai Park, again, will be amongst the drivers leading things off here. Minis up front with Jackson Frank and Maine Lewis. Jack Kotowski is the highest running of the micros. Sam Hornish is the lowest running of the minis. Griff Eamon and Brogan Wren are the rest of the runners. We also had a qualifying earlier. Lyron Phillips take part, but it was having issues with their respective kart for much of the session. Look top to bottom at the run through here. Now we get ready to gear up and get set for the start. Park in control here for the upcoming green, and it looks like they're already telling the field to slow down, sending track workers out to tell them to calm down before they get to the tram line. Some of the drivers not even lined up yet, still trying to get them to slow down. They still give the green as Park covers up the top.
That's going to be interesting to take a look at the race officials' ruling on that. As we watch Park continue to pull away from the competition, Jack Kotowski sits in fourth, and wonder what Jack's going to do, if he's going to try to find his way up to second overall and play a little bit of a blocker to hold on to the position.
Yeah, we'll see. We know how fast Park is, though. That kart was so quick yesterday and pulled away from everybody by a sizable mark. It's going to be not an easy run to be able to keep up here in general with that machine. I'm curious where things really turn out here in the very end. But the first minute is going to see the interval up to nearly a second.
Maine Lewis moving up to P2. Great drive for him as he holds on to second position. Passed for position for second in the micro category. Griff Heeman moving up to second, getting around Brogan Wren. As those two will fight it out for the second spot, but they are ways back from the competitor of Jack Kotowski. Simonellic and Hornish battle for the fourth spot overall in class.
Yep, those drivers looking to fight it out on circuit. We know how Kotowski usually likes to race here. He likes to try and fight no matter who it is. And we do have a black flag popped up on the barrier there. Not sure exactly who, but somebody going to get a black from the start.
Nothing on timing and scoring just yet for us, as we'll keep an eye on that information as we watch on for the position. Oh, it's Lyron Phillips getting black flagged.
Yeah, that kart had some rapid speed earlier on. That was a struggle earlier on. So that would be part of the explanation why. Some battling side by side. And speed picked up there from the outside. pass in the midst of Hornet's Nest in that sequence back there. It's right now Muntz, Sabanelek, and Hornish. Muntzel's making some swaps. Jackson Frank trying to hold off the 133 of Lewis in the fight.
Jackson Frank moving up a spot here on last time by. He now wants to lead this charge as here comes Katowski. He wants to now try to play amongst the Mini Swift drivers and have a shot to challenge for second overall. As there goes Phillips onto pit road. Katowski just not getting the run he needs off corner act. I think Frank and Lewis realize what they need to do to make sure they keep Katowski behind.
Yep, and right now Katowski, I think just trying to ride and bide his time, be able to score points for the class win, get it from there. That's kind of the focus set, you'd have to say, when it comes to these types of races, absolutely. Sabanelek in his respective battle pack, building a small buffer, but the train continues to hold on between Frank and Lewis. Lewis trying the up and under, trying to get alongside again. Frank defends for now.
Frank doing everything he can with 4 minutes to go, still halfway plus a lap. And here comes Katowski to the inside of Lewis, trying to get it to work, but not able to do so. Has to try again as further behind Simonelli and Hornish battle.
They're still squabbling out back there. Nothing really changing as Katowski actually gets in between the two minis again. And we've seen this yesterday. This cost a ton of ground for Lewis yesterday. And now we'll see how well Katowski's able to withstand some of the pressure of Lewis to try and get the spot back.
Saw right there, Lewis give a little tap in the back bumper to Katowski. He wants to try to get back around because now that's costing him the chance to go chase Frank down as Katowski goes wide into the grass.
A little bit of a wide moment, going to cost themselves even more ground in this part of the run. Just a lot of chaos going on for some of these drivers here. All this is while Park is just on a leisurely stroll at this point here, Taylor. All of a sudden, Katowski holds on with the drift.
Great recovery right there by Katowski to hold on to for dear life. That now opens the door for Lewis to try something, but he's running out of time now as he works up to the S's, up to the top of the hill. Get some breathing room as they come up to the lap cart of Red.
Yep, and now the lap car moves out of the way. Isn't much of a factor in this sequence. Spinowick's still holding back Hornish. About 2 minutes to work with here. What do you feel is going through the drivers' minds here over the course of this run with the way things are shaped up here, Taylor?
For someone like Katowski and Lewis is getting a little frustrated probably because he has someone who's not in his class battling and racing with him so hard right now. And that's now costing him the chance to try and chase down his competitors. For Katowski, he's out there just trying to go out there and compete, race hard, and learn this track, and just give it all he's got. He has that ability to do so as we have blue flags, move over sign for the number 5 of Griff Heeman, as he will try to make way and watch out for Ty Park.
Yep, and no issues in terms of Park here in this race. Again, Kai Park, max points day last time out. Backs up the speed yet again. Has been a rocket here on this track. This kind of sets the tone for the rest of the weekend here for Park again. What do you do to keep up or adjust to a kart that's this good here? Looking like we're going to come around to 2 to go this time here, Taylor. 2 laps to go for this pre-final.
2 laps to go here as they work their way through. And how about this positioning between Katowski and Lewis? 2 different classes going head-to-head, but it could be an interesting battle between them for overall.
Yes, indeed, as we see that scrap. Right now, Lewis trying to find a way around Katowski at the very least. Build a little bit of pride here.
Ooh.
Higher on the arcs. And what did you just see?
Katowski under investigation for blocking.
Kind of could see that happening with some of the moves we've seen for the 92. But you have to be careful, especially with different classmates here. You see that on the bulletin boards as the clock reaches zeros. Last time around already being showcased.
If I was Katowski right now, I would just be letting Min Lewis by. You have such a large gap. You have a lap lead over the next kart. That's for your class positioning. There's no need to fight it. Just let Min Lewis go and not worry about it. Oh!
They're getting a little argy-bargy. Pushing with lap traffic. Heyman gets pushed out of the way. Katowski still in front. Park about to come away with the race victory. Frank in second. But Katowski, for now, holds on to third, and a crash in the background.
That was Katowski and Lewis. The outcome of the Rockets' lead in Katowski. That was Heyman and Redden. Or Sam Hornish. Hornish has yet to cross the line.
Yeah, that is Hornish. Was about to say that had the issues in that situation. Hornish probably going to need a pickup as a result there, which will slow things up on the schedule. But it's Kai Park who dominates over Frank. Jack Katowski takes the micro win. Lewis, Sabadelic, Hornish, Eamon, Ren, Phillips. The rest of the running order in this one. Let's take a break. You're watching Kart Chaser for today's coverage of MCC Cincinnati's Pro-Am Karting Championship.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today. Holy
Time to go racing for KA100 Junior. It's Homer Heyman, who is in the pole position with Nico Katowski in second, Josiah Phillips, Robert Lash, Alex Kutcher, Drake Williamson, Adler Klein, Lila Beck, Caleb Tracy, and Alejandro Gallego, who will lead us here to the green flag. 10 karts, 8 minutes plus a lap for the pre-final in KA100 Junior. As they enter the tram line, green flag is out, and we get the green. Yes, we do, and away we go. Nope, don't get it. Actually, we have to go one more time around.
So a false start situation once again as Nico Katowski looking to contain the field. And it's so important to get the timing just right on these starts. They did warn people if they do find any jump starts throughout the weekend. It was mentioned that it's a penalty of 3 seconds in terms of if you get caught with that here today alone. And of course, on the initial start, don't want anybody to make any mistakes here as they get ready to line things up again. Nico Katowski, again, in control, up front, over Heeman. And Homer, a very busy racer. We've seen him in a couple different classes here today, having to sprint all over the paddock, you'd have to think, with their karts. Let's find out how this is going to go here on this start. Slow roll on through, up to the tram lines, much slower this time. And green light is out, and we're underway. Katowski, he brings on through some of his errors like Phillips. A good start for the inside line to begin things off. As they race it on down, believe Heeman actually the one up at the point. As they make their way up through 4.
Good start right there for the driver of Heeman as he tries to hold on. Phillips trying to stay stuck up behind in the magic cart, but here comes the driver of Katowski to the inside. Makes the pass complete, moving him up to P2, but watch out as Kutcher is right there behind in the red speed.
Yeah, everybody's staying pretty close together as you would expect off the launch, but kind of sets the tone for the potential possibilities for some close racing here. Even did indeed get the better launch out of the two of them. Katowski tries to get a push from Phillips. Will we get that help is the huge question. Remember, it was teammates that all worked together in junior qualifying that helped set some of the differences on the circuit. Make their way through the infield portion of the racetrack, all staying single file for now here, Taylor. Just trying to stay calm, cool, and collected, try and plot and plan for later.
I think that's the case right here when it comes to these drivers. They just have to be a little bit patient. Know there's still quite a bit of racing to go. Find your rhythm, set yourself up, and then start working one by one on how you can try and either close the gap or pass your competitor. And that's what Kutcher, I think, is going to be doing right now. Katowski, he's, as soon as he finds an opening to get around Heeman, is going to take it and go with it as quickly as possible.
Yep, and now we'll see where some of the passes come into play here pretty soon. We'll say Alex Kutcher, who got a great qualifying effort in, by the way. Doing solid so far here on this Sunday. Was very quiet yesterday. One of the many who also races in Ohio Valley Karting Association action. He's talked about the importance of family when it comes to the karting scene as well, to be able to race and be able to self together here. The Kutcher family, you look back to some of the archives, pops up as far back as 2003 from Super Nats competition. That is a ways and a ways ago with Tom Kutcher back in the day, having some battles back in Las Vegas. The Kutchers have been around for a long time is what I'm saying in racing.
Yes, they have been a main staple of racing up here in Ohio and across the Midwest. We look forward to seeing what they come around the circuit for, and keeping an eye on Klein as he's got quite a bit of work to do, still in 6th position. And look at the gap he has to try and make up here in your KA100 junior category. This is one of the categories that could be a possibility of a shakeup in the championship, but a lot would have to happen in order for it to work out.
Yeah, right now, Klein, by the way, not having the best of speed right now today in KA100 Junior, a little bit lower than yesterday. He's better in the 206 package, Klein is, here at Cincinnati. But whenever he races in this class, at least is able to withstand a lot of pressure in his pack. He's just a little bit lower position than I think he would like compared to other races, especially since the top 5 are doing what they're doing to draft together. Katowski is going for the lead. He goes along the rumble strips and takes the point from Heeman to the 92 up in front.
The 92 machine of Katowski picking up where he left off and help bringing Katowski back to the front of the field once again. But watch out for Robert Lash, I have to say, and Kutcher, who is right there in 3rd. He wants to have a shot of up at the front of the field as he tries to catch up to Heeman and look through the opening. Up to the top of the hill, your top 3 start to separate from the rest of the competition as it's 2 TKG Pirellards against the Red Speed machine.
Here we go. Katowski looking to try and fend things off. Kutcher looking to try and find a way to pounce quickly. All while Phillips just tries to hold onto the pack with Lash. 3 minutes to work with in this race. It's 3 minutes to plot and plan here in this pre-final. And Heeman is taking a slightly deeper line in right now to try and find a way to push forward, getting some help from Kutcher this time. Did he get a great run out of 7? Right through 11 and 12 and try and solidify how things go here for their run. 2 minutes, 40 seconds to go. Heeman pushing hard, has Kutcher nearly on the rear end.
He's got Kutcher all over his back bumper now as he tries to get that push he needs. What will Kutcher do in 4? Not able to do anything right there. Phillips also on a bit of a run. He's trying to find his way around Robert Lash to get around for the 4th spot. As they work their way through, Katowski just trying to hit his marks, keep his wingman of Heeman behind in order to see if they can try to break away. Right here is where they get a lot of room to work with. And then just as they crest up over the hill, everyone compresses back together as they head into 1. Right now, 2 minutes plus a lap to go as they cross the line. There you see Adler Klein by his lonesome with no help, 5 seconds behind. Not really going to be a big help right now for him at the moment. He needs a lot of things to go his way.
He absolutely does, and right now that's the thing. It's racing. Not everything goes to a game plan as a result of things in these types of races. And the tough thing's going to be getting the coordination, because we know for a fact the national level, you give a hand signal for someone to work with you, they're just going to ignore it and say, what's a hand signal? You said work with me? Well, I'm going to pass you instead. These drivers haven't necessarily gone to the signals like they do at that level here today, I think for that reason. As here we go, some teamwork. 3 of the TKG Barella carts up in front, Lash to 3rd.
Incredible work from Lash. Now to reach himself up.
Yep, and now, as this goes, they look to try and figure out things. Coming to 2 laps to go. This time through, Katowski now has built up a buffer on circuit. Katowski works his way down the straightaway with 25 seconds to go. Lash heels down, but can't make the sticker stick to the fridge. He's back into 3rd spot as a result of that initial dive attempt. That actually, if anything, allows Katowski to build a bigger buffer again.
Keeping an eye here on competition as they work their way around the circuit. So far, and Kutcher trying everything he can to try and break up the TKG Burrell Art 1, 2, 3 here with the final lap coming up.
Here we go, white flag coming out, final time around. Ignore that first red card, that's Lyle with backgammon issues. But up front, Robert Lash has the fastest lap of the entire season on this layout. Rides in the third spot, looking to move forward. Oh, wow. Katelski remains up front, pulling away last time by nearly 0.2 of a second. What a pull. Here's some side-by-side battling as Heeman gets shuffled back. Lash able to get the eyelashes out, pulls ahead, all while Heeman drops to the tail. Coming up to the checker flag, this time through for a penultimate pre-final of the afternoon. Here comes Katelski. Nico Katelski doesn't have to deal with traffic, but will take the checkered here. Gets it down to our last. Lash, Kutcher, Phillips, and Heeman, the top 5. You also have Klein, Tracy, Williamson, Gallego, and Beck, your 10 drivers who compete in this KA100 Junior Pre-Final. Interesting race again, Taylor. As that's seen a bit of raciness, Nico Katelski had to fight for it in the mid portions. But we have one more group to go. It's the Pro-Am. See the Pro-Am drivers getting ready to go here in this part of the race now. As they get set to go. Right on schedule. In terms of our docket, by the way, Henry Wheeler looks to follow the docket with Carter Thompson on his docket, at least, in second for the race. But that's easier said than done. Then it's Logan Muir start in third, Ryan Crouch in fourth, Wayne Fountain top 5, Remy Adrianos starting 6th with Gardner, Hambrick, Klein, and Dagenhart, the top 10. Behind them in the order, it's Braden Heber with Ryan Miller, Emerson Blatt, and Marcus Batshoon, Billy Clune, Logan Upton, followed by Caleb Sircone. Will Steele did not qualify, had issues in the session. Addison Iannello also in the same boat. At the tail, remember Steele already securing a championship in the seniors earlier on in the weekend.
The action here.
Now get ready.
Yep, 18 Kart getting set to go racing here for the final pre-final event before we get ready to give out the trophies for both winners and championships. And it's going to be an exciting one here in the pre-final. Can Henry Wheeler go for it once again, or does Thompson or Mueller have what it takes to come out with the top step of the podium?
It's great questions to ask here in this race. But who will it be is the biggest out of everybody here today as we get ready for the start. Wheeler takes the slow roll up to the point as they make their way through the field, being told keep it slow, keep it in the tram lines. We've seen a couple people with tram line violations already today. Waiting for the lights as in the green. We're underway with Henry Wheeler getting going. 3 wide for a moment for a second, and that doesn't work out at all. One of the drivers might have been Mueller, gets pushed on up. We'll make sure once we get to the stripe. So at least one competitor pushed off circuit, everybody else letting it rip.
And already Wheeler and Thompson, as well as Mueller. No, that's not Mueller. That's actually Andrados right there battling it out for positioning as they jockey up towards the top of the hill. So close to competitors, but Henry Wheeler doing what he needs to do to hold on to the race lead.
Let's find out who that driver was there. Some of the drivers get the sand kicked up. Driver off track was not Muir. He's second. It was Carter Thompson, can't confirm. was the driver pushed off there from the outside with a 3-wide situation. Thompson, Tail, and Charlie in the order. Thompson, for good measure, had a tram line violation, 2-wheel tram violation on top of things. So everything snowballing for the 960. At this point, the snowball, we'll try and see where things fall down as 9:55 just got a penalty board as well. That's Ryan Crouch, might have been for the incident there that happened, just that spun Thompson out there. All the drivers trying to figure out themselves here. Oh, we got more pushing. A send up the inside. Bit of contact there. I believe Adriano's amongst those in that lunge on through. And that opened up the door for drivers like Crouch to be able to drive on through. Fountain hold on the bubble as they go. They make their way down the front straightaway. Still blocking, still racing like there's 1 minute to go. Crouch sees a slide off the track. Adriano's off the circuit with Miller. Miller holds on to the circuit. Adriano's to the back of the field with that slide to the grass. Everybody getting the elbows out aggressively here. Still 5 minutes to go. Everyone trying to bark their way up to the top of the board, not just the one in the background for the track. They look to try and find a way, these drivers, to close up to Wheeler. With all this squabbling, 8 tenths now the difference over the rest of the pack. 9:37, 5-second penalty. That's Logan Muir, who's just gotten another penalty board. We have 3 of them. So Muir can confirm, just got the penalty on the markers, as we have a sea of karts at this point, starting to stack up in the infield. Chaotic race here for KA100 senior action. Still let time tick away. This main pack sees a lot of drivers trying to figure out a way to work together as a unit to move ahead. Keep in mind taking hard amongst those back there trying to do so. Adriano's also to have plummeted down with the order. Looks like he's trying to recover some spots. Does get one back. Hambrick doesn't make it easy to contact, able to move forward. By the way, for those wondering, Ryan Miller, who is a part of the championship battle for second with Braden Heber, is amongst those, still in the back half of the top 10. Heber is down in 11th, in fact, as we go in the order. 3.5 minutes to play with here for these drivers. The gap is right now 1 second. Last time by, does it go down this time? No, it goes up. Wheeler's raw speed is just coming out to play. Rolling James Overbeck's number, essentially, that we normally see at the national level here today for his action. Under 3 minutes to work with now in this race as we go. Will Muir try and get the run for second. You know he's attempting it, as it looks like 5 seconds popping up. Ryan Crouch is the one who has it pop up. Crouch is running second on the track as we go. So that is now 3 penalties in one race, all for those red and white cards. Or swapping, meanwhile, as a result there, as some of these drivers willing to just go. That is Steele, who's moved himself up a spot on Hambrick, able to get the 6th after his qualifying issues in 4A's. He looks to find a soiree in the top 5 at least to set himself up for a charge for the race lead later. Change going on for second. You see Logan Muir going on the move for Ryan Crouch. We'll see if that's stuck on one end of the racetrack. Other end, meanwhile, stay trained up. The answer on the pass is yes, it's done. It's Muir who's able to push on ahead. Fountain trying to get another podium race here today. Watch from the popcorn seat. Or just something else here this weekend in terms of his speed here. Previous rounds got a 280-point day in round 5. Got a DSQ in one of the races, but 242 in round number 2. Or round number 6, should say, for the max points day yesterday. Interesting day for them, to say the least. It's 1.3 seconds the interval last time by. He lost more than 2/10 to Wheeler, though, without the help of the draft. So coming up to 2 laps to go in our final pre-final of the afternoon, before we head off into a small break here on Kart Chaser. 10 finals lined up later on today in the order. A busy day of finals with 10 minutes and 2 laps on each of those races. But it's 8 minutes plus 1 lap for this respective pre-final. They'll get the white flag when they come around to the stripe here. Fountain plateauing here compared to the karts in front, at least on track after closing up 2/10 last time. 2/10 not going to be enough. Coming on through here. Coming up to the white flag this time by Henry Wheeler. Maintains a 1.1 second advantage here. Gap has stabilized out. We'll see where things go long run in the final later. A few more corners to go, Taylor, for the field.
A few more corners to go. Sorry about all of that, but as we watch for Mueller and company, Crouch putting a little bit of pressure on him as he tries to find the opening he needs to maintain position. Fountain.
So as they make their way on through, coming up towards the checker flag, Wheeler has the advantage. Will take the win, take the momentum into the final over Mueller and Crouch. Fountain, Adrianatos. Steele gets himself the 6th from dead last, just about. Miller behind Gardner. Hambrick in front of Degenhart. Wants the top 10 in the order here in this pre-final. Max Klein, Marcus Batschun, Billy Kloon, Everson Blatt, Logan Upton, Braden Heber had issues late. That may just about secure things almost for the battle for second in the championship for this part of the classes. 16th over Thompson and Zerko. We'll take a break. Have a few minutes before we get rolling. Our finals are up next on Kart Chaser.
Gee, looks like we're missing the engine. What the hell am I supposed to tag?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
You gotta make way. Okay, you're good.
I'm sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, you don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg, Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, you know, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle. How the f*** did you just win?
Doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Florida kart racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and zero sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion, Paulie Massimino. Kart rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome, from Briggs 206 to Mini to K100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead, follow, on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspect with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
Hi, I'm Jackson with Alpha Race Hub. Alpha is an all-in-one motorsports software solution that can solve all the software problems you need for your track, facility, or series. Alpha can cover all your software bases, from online registration, digital e-waivers, a proprietary timing and scoring software, incident management, automated points tabulation, tire and barcode scanning. We even have our own mobile timing app and rental kart activity management software. If you're looking to consolidate your motorsports software solutions, reach out to us at alphatiming.co.uk.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my god.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayCara.com. At ShopPayCara.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MCC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayCara.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and zero sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Florida kart racers, you asked for it, and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I want to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
It's like $20 a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like $50 a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all of the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR, with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today. Paulie Massimino wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix! James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars!
On track or off, Brandon Jarsekrak Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarsekrak, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarsekrakRacing.com.
Gee, looks like we're missing the engine. What the hell am I supposed to tag?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
You gotta make way. Okay, you're good.
I'm sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, you don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg, Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, you know, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle.
How the f did you just win?
Doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Florida Kart Racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and zero sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars.
Looking high above MCC Cincinnati, the fields are getting ready to start their finals. It's been a busy afternoon so far. The pre-final action so far has seen some intense racing. But now we look to see how things fare out to close out the campaigns here today on Kart Chaser. I'm Justin Britz. With me is Taylor Burris once again for today's action. We are just about ready to roll through here. We start off this afternoon's final races of the season, Taylor, with 206 categories. The Masters ready to do battle, and keep in mind it was a 54-point tally for Lida in the last race. It was Elwood with a 90. and it could still come up to how the final goes to make sure how things go. But as we stand with those points tallies, well, quite simply, Lyda is in comfortable control potentially, depending on what happens in this final.
It is anyone's guess to see how this will all play out as the master drivers make their way out onto the circuit for the final time in 2025 here at the MCC. Here's your starting lineup. It's Derek Hastings and Alan Elwood on the front row, followed by Chris Gorman and Matt Geis in row 2. Michael Davison and Christopher Iannello will be in row 3, with Matt Overbeck and Kevin Simonellic in row 4. Mark Kirk and Matthew Lyda round out your top 10 competitors as they work their way out for the action. Ronald Swift and Mike Doty join us as well in 12th, but I see only 10 carts that took to the start lines.
So look top to bottom at the running order here for our first final of the day. 10 minutes plus 2 laps, remember, is the distance here for this one. Drops are going to be potentially important here. 130 is Elwood's drop. 154 is Lyda's drop amongst those point standings. So things looking pretty solid still for the 9 cart if they're able to not finish at the back of the field, to say the least. Green light is out, and we're underway for our first final of the afternoon. Hastings has had a rocket throughout the day today. He looks to clear and does clear. No, just about had contact with Elwood. Able to hold on as they all get in line. Gorman also amongst those in some of the choo-choo trains as they fare out.
A couple of carts thought about ducking out to the outside as they come out of turn number 7. So far, no one really trying to get themselves lined up for passing. It's all about finding your dance partner and seeing if you can pull away from competitors, make it a 2 or a 3-horse race amongst your group, and not want to bring in more to where you lose spots. One cart goes a little too wide into the dirt. Tough break for him as he tries to gather it back up, but Elwood and Hastings lead the charge heading off as Lyda has already picked up 3 spots at the start of the race.
Yes, and now we'll see where this now shakes up in some of the battles here. Elwood trying to buy a ton of pressure, trying to help out his championship case as much as possible here. Lyda has been able to drive up to 7th so far in this one at the back of the group. But catching is one thing when it comes to these races. Taylor passing is another. And Elwood is truly being tested here because Hastings has led just about the entire weekend in 206 Master.
He certainly has. He has been the dominant kart here all weekend long as he looks to continue that trend in his favor. Further back, here comes Lyda moving up a spot, getting around Iannello to break into the top 5. And he is just setting a blistering pace. 2 laps in, and he's already collected a grand total of 4 spots, make it now 5 since he got around Iannello since the start of the race.
Yep, and right now it's going well for that number 9 in terms of that recovery. Not too much time lost to the overall leaders. Give them credit so far. Good race so far for Chris Gorman, who set the fastest lap of the race so far in the event. Chris Gorman, once the drivers that had competed in CKNA Summer Nationals competition here at this circuit, also as a part of the competitors who runs in the OVKA, also the Ohio Valley Karting Association. So just matching up speed up front as we look at some of the others as they go as well. Some of the drivers like Davis, who was really good in the pre-final, not so great here, has Cirque right behind, who is actually trying to make some passes with his jeans and everything.
Zero Machine really putting on a good drive right now as he works his way through. He'll go side by side for position as Kirk moves up a spot, and Davis dropping back another as they work their way around the circuit. And 6.5 minutes to go. Elwood now takes over the race lead, doing what he needs to do.
Yep, exactly. Get the race lead, try and control things up at the front. Go from there. If there's any chance to be able to try and win this one, for the championship, I mean. Elwood plants his flag up at the front of the field for now, though. His team is a fair bit in this region. We talked about a family organization, been around for about more than a decade at this point. I think they've raced with Elwood as their driver for the family operation with Alan. Still, the iRacing painter looking to see if he can keep the paint in between the lines here with 5 minutes and 40 seconds to go. There is someone that's lurking and closing. Lida, a 2.5 seconds back in the 9. Knocked down 4/10 that time by in the second pack. See right now, as they rumble here, Taylor. Just right now, Gorman losing ground. Lida is just a rocket right now, up to the top 3. Taylor.
Checking the points right now as they look. Still, it is going to be in the favor of Lida right at the moment for the championship as he now moves up to P3. This is going to be intriguing of how this will all play out, because this is even counting the fact of the drop. So Elwood's just going to have to see if Lida has a major off the circuit and does not finish this race for it to change.
Yeah, that was the big thing looking at the point standings myself now moments ago was how will the drop separate things out on the points? Lida is right now closing in rapidly, would have a decent points haul potentially regardless, would not be today as is Rob likely here in this one. But right now, Lida, if he wants to catch up for the race lead, needs to close up again. He was within 1.5 seconds of Elwood, is back up to 2 seconds. Meanwhile, Ianello not able to hold back a charge going on to the backdrop. So that's an error spot. Going the opposite direction to the 000 on circuit. And have to love the Masters at the very least, who are like, I'm just going to go out here in a jacket and some jeans. Take it full on, everyman style. Keep it simple instead of going the full driver suit.
Well, also try to just make sure you keep it on the pavement as Ianello went off track again. But yeah, guys, that's the old school karting mentality if you think about it. That's what we see a lot of, not just here on the sprint club levels, but also in the dirt levels. We see a lot of drivers just wear their previous championship jacket or a race jacket, and then they're just a pair of blue jean pants and go out there and race.
Hard to imagine on the dirt side and say, I'm thinking of a dirt modified, trying to go out in jeans. I don't know if that would fly these days.
Well, I'm not saying a dirt
in a kart.
Well, you couldn't do it in a dirt modified. You would have to wear a full fire suit. But a dirt kart, yeah, you can get away with it.
Good point. I was thinking about the big cars and that. But...
Well, big cars is always fire suit no matter what.
Right, exactly is what the point I was trying to say. But with about 2 minutes to work with, up front, Hastings gets a little hasty for the lead. Elwood drops down to second once again. Line is losing ground. Hastings set the fastest lap the entire layout this season here. Up at the point of 50.721. He was able to fly quickly with the draft.
Flying indeed, and makes the point work out for him as he'll slide his way through with just under 2 minutes plus 2 laps to go for them. So looking at right around 4 laps, maybe 5 laps to go. But that with that Elwood now dropping back to second, that will solidify Lida's chances of winning the championship. And there he is right there, the gap between Lida and the top two as they come across the line. Last time by, he was just about a tenth of a second quicker than your top two. He's got a little bit more work to do, but still, he's got the pace where he could try to close that gap before this is all said and done.
Does, but remember, he was losing ground a fair bit before, in the past couple laps at least, after the initial charge. What can be said in terms of that potential charge yet again? 50 seconds to work with here in this one. 50 seconds on the board. Right now they have about 40 seconds to work with now all of a sudden. So they will have 3 to go this time by. Lida on the push. There he is in the background, all while Gorman has fallen into the clutches of Matt Geist. Geist inside. Didn't get the pole he was looking for, had to reset. Matt Geist does have good speed here, at least for the top 5. Just couldn't get enough of a pull at that exact moment.
No, could not get the pull he needs there, as he'll try to see what he can do coming out of 4. If he can get that run to look to the inside to get around Gorman. Gorman already knows that was coming, so he goes on the defensive, hugging that inside lane. Geist goes a little wide, slings it around, and tries to close the gap as he tucks in to go for the run.
So now, 2 laps to fight it on out for these spots. And we'll try to set something up for the lead, but the number 2 is up on the board. Geist, not close enough for the pole, stays within a half a kart length. Up in front, down to a quarter, as they all rumble. Side by side for the race lead, it's Elwood having the preferred line, coming up for 7. Trying to cover off Hastings. Hastings not able to get the cross yet. Tries it though, but it's Elwood coming up to the white flag with the advantage, Tete.
He's got a good advantage, but he's got to be careful and make sure he doesn't make that same mistake. Here comes Hastings showing the nose to the inside. Can't work. He'll come across the back front straightaway one more time around, and here comes Lida with a head of steam. Hastings down to the bottom, side by side as they head into 1. Give the lead back to Hastings briefly as Elwood will try to fight around the outside, nearly making contact as he gets pushed up the track. He does not have the inside advantage though, as he now gives way and drops back into line, heading back into 4.
Yep, but now will there be a swap back again? Outside, look for Hastings. Tries to get the diamond line off, tries to get the cut. Elwood holds on for now, going up towards turn 11. Final run on through. Hastings will need a massive pull to try and take this away. As things stand, Elwood making things interesting for the championship. But it's side by side for the lead, bouncing up for the win. It's Hastings who takes it over Elwood. Lida gets 3rd, Gorman and Geist amongst your top 5. As for the championship, it's all up in the air, but Lida seems to be in the best spot with the points breakdown. As we go here, it's going to be close.
It's going to be close indeed. We'll give you official word for your champions as we get word from race officials throughout the rest of today's action and any other situations that may arise. So this is unofficial, but we think Lida should be unofficially your champion in 206 Masters. Still yet to confirm that once we get through tech.
And go through all potential penalties and whatnot, absolutely. So that's still up for grabs, potentially. We'll have to see. Speaking of things potentially up for grabs, Tegan Snyder got 100 points from the pre-final, remember. He's entering the 206 Junior pre-final, rather full-on final, with an advantage, according to the points gathered up, of more than 100 points. But the important thing to factor in this is there is no drop yet factored in amongst them. That will come into play at the end of the day. Tegan Snyder and Adam Klein up front, Homer Heeman and Will Klein, followed by Ryder Nesbitt and Isaiah Maxey. Then it's Randy Harvey alongside William Richard. DeCoster and McCluskey are your top 10 in the juniors. Klecker alongside Langley. Then it's Richter and Krasuski down to 14th. Bagoon starts in 15th with Carson Benjamin 16th. Butler and Batham will start in the back. Bathone start at the tail of the field. Look top to bottom of the run through as we get ready for our second final of the day, Taylor. This race going to be a little bit intense here with some of the competition up at the front. As they're already getting ready to roll.
Ready to roll indeed as they make their way out onto the circuit. We'll see who comes out on top with a win here today and for the championship officially in your 206 juniors.
Here they go. Maxey just about, believe, has the clinch now for third spot. Yes, he does in the point standings. Klein, the worst he can get here is second. Still has a chance to be able to take away the lead from Snyder, who's had multiple max points days on the season. Depending on what happens in this final. Remember, the drop round totals are critical. 210 for Klein on his tallies. It's a 240, a high drop for Tegan Snyder for the point standings. So that closes the gap in theory down by an additional 30 for now, which would reduce the gap to about a 100-point difference. So a top 10 for Snyder should do it here, Taylor.
Yeah, top 10 easily for Schneider should make it work out for him. As long as he doesn't make any mistakes, keeps it inside the top 10, maybe get a little cushion inside the top 5, is guaranteed for him to move on and win the championship.
So they will come up to these tram lines here to get ready for the start. It's Snyder on your right side. It's Klein on your left. Green light is out and we're underway. Good start up front for Snyder. He tries to cover off the crowd. 2 by 2 they work. As a slide on through, Wilkie gets shuffled down to 4th off the launch. Heeman goes up the second.
Good little fight here amongst the competitors as they try to negotiate the chaos that ensues. 2 by 2, Wilkie finds an opening to get around some competitors to move up further. After that little bit of a dismal start, as he moves back to 4th, Schneider, then you got Heeman, and then Klein, all right there, your top 3.
Yep, already some separation building up at the front. Snyder on the charge as he tries to keep his head down and build the buffers. First minute is off the board here. Of note, Harvey amongst those plummeting with DeCoster well down the order with some incidents, it looks like potentially off the start. So Harvey goes from the mid-pack to the very tail end of the field with DeCoster. All the way, wow. Heeman, looking for a way to go. Klein, not the start that the 33 was hoping to have a chance for the championship here.
Absolutely not the case whatsoever. As Schneider will continue on with his charge up through the field and holding on to the race lead. Klein now moving up to third, holding on to third, but under pressure from Will Wilkie, who may try to get around him. You still got a couple of championships in and amongst that group in the 206 junior, especially around that 4th to 7th position where it's open for anyone to try and get some position, especially since Leighton Mole did not compete this weekend. So opening the door, William Richards struggling with a not great start to the season as well as yesterday, and then Cooper Mold also not showing up as well this weekend. So that opens the door for several drivers in and around that top 10 to move up the running order.
Yeah, and right now, this running order still has the potential for a little bit of shaking up, especially with Wilkie having race-winning speed yesterday. Working hard as Klein does get the hand signals out. One of the first times we've seen a major hand signal today. Will that push actually come here from Wilkie, though? They need to close up about 1 second to get to the bumper of Heeman as they run. And Wilkie just isn't able to eat up the gap enough to at least get to the bumper. See them all the way through turn 7 here with less than 7 minutes to work with. The pressure's definitely on here, Taylor, to try and sort this out amongst this pack. If you want a chance to win, you need to find a way to close. Right now it looks like Maxey and Nesbitt, just a slight touch difference on pace compared to what we're seeing with Klein and Wilkie's coordination here. Looks like Klein may have just gotten the whiff of the draft here of the lead 2.
He certainly did. Him and Wilkie both set fastest laps of the race. In fact, for Will Wilkie, it's a new track record as well for your 206 junior. He is finding the pace he needs in order to help get up to the top 2, and they have caught Heyman and along with Schneider. Schneider tries to make sure he can be on the defensive to keep the 3 behind as Klein try to show the nose coming out of turn 7.
Yes, indeed. Looking like Klein right to the rear end. Great effort by Wilkie to be able to chip away and get this pack closed up from 2 to 4. Still have half about a race to go. More than 5 minutes left on the clock in terms of time. And at this point, how long do you wait if you're Klein? You only have so many laps to go on your season, Taylor. And he needs to find a way to take over this race lead, try and outscore Snyder, do something, anything for this championship.
Well, you want to go for the attack, but you also don't want to do it to where it costs you a position. So you've got to kind of poke and prod a little bit, see if someone behind you will go with you, as Wilkie nearly thought about going around Klein there briefly for a moment. So you got to take the run, you got to find that dance partner to make it stick, but also be patient to where you don't make that mistake of being overly aggressive to get by someone to where it costs you those 2 extra spots.
Yeah, and now see just how things are shaping up with Klein's decision making here. By the way, Maxey and Nesbitt kind of separated out. Maxey has picked up the draft a little bit from the top 4. However, Nesbitt has not. Nesbitt, if anything, sailing on back. You can see him looking on behind. Has a big buffer to Richard. Might be able to hold on to the 6th spot here. But obviously was expecting a little bit more to be able to keep up with the rest of these race leaders here. That interval growing pretty substantially back there. And it looks like issues, in fact, for him. All while the race lead changes and everybody freight train Snyder.
Yeah, that's exactly what Klein needs to have happen, where we put Snyder further back the running order. It needs to be more than just 3 spots, though. It's got to be much further down, like outside the top 10 for it to work. As they do so, Klein does find his way around Wilkie for 2nd. Gives a little tap of the helmet saying, let's try to go for Heyman and try to make this run worth their while.
Yeah, now this is what Klein wanted to see, a little bit of a shuffle with the point standings as they go. A little bit of opportunity to be able to rip away the title hopes in the last race. Wilkie tries to go for a move inside. Snyder resets behind him. Now Wilkie goes again, goes back in line again. All sorts of swiveling around and back and forth they go. Now to the inside. Wilkie nearly pushes Klein off the racetrack. Klein has Snyder passing by 2. Wilkie looked for a hole and took it away.
Tough break right there for Klein as he was trying to hold on and get that positioning, but Wilkie was just wanting to get on the aggressive side and get by Klein as quickly as possible. Had Schneider follow through, and that's what gave Klein the chance to lose out on those positions.
And that has kind of changed things. Oh, hold on, Snyder went and dropped the tire. Went too far off on the curbing and loses a spot back to Klein. Now third and fourth have completely lost touch to the top two all of a sudden. So right now it's looking very difficult for Snyder to be able to try and win this race outright.
Well, look at the sportsmanship, though. Klein. I was going to say, look at the sportsmanship, though. Klein could have just kept on going, but looked over at Schneider, gave him the hand signal, like, hey, come on, just keep up with me a little bit. We'll go hunt down the top two and try to work together so that way we can get back up to that lead group, because I'm also losing time now. So a little bit of situational awareness, as well as also just trying to find a way to have that dancing partner to go and chase down the top two with a minute and a half to go.
Yeah, now pushes on by Wilkie. He wants to try and sweep the weekend here. Amen. Continues to have the cart vibrate around here. All of this is while Klein and Snyder not able to get close enough to be able to fend for the race lead here. This is going to be interesting for the top two and how hard they spar. If they fight for too long, that can immediately open up the door for everybody else to rejoin the conversation here as they turn. Under a minute to work with here in on the clock. Should be about 3 to go, Taylor, to get this done.
Here they come on to the front straightaway. 3 laps to go for Heeman and Wilkie. Klein's starting to get a little separation from Snyder, but does have the sniff of the draft from Wilkie's back bumper as he tries to keep pace here as they come out of turn number 2. Work their way over towards the back half of the circuit. Wilkie not trying anything yet. Backs off a little, see if he can get a good run off corner exit and see what he can do in 7. Wilkie just trying to bide his time a little. And as they do so, he cannot find it. He actually falls further behind into the clutches of Klein, who's going to give him a little bit of a push down the short chute over to turn 11.
Yep, and now Klein gets a chance. How about this? Takes a swamp out away. Well, you got a couple laps to work with here in Klein's. Builds a small buffer on Snyder. 2 laps to go off of the flag stand. 2 more times around for Klein. Try and go after it. Stays close to the rear end. Looking to set something up on Wilkie. Might have one chance here to be able to get the lunge. It's going to require a lot of close up, and Klein has closed on up. Does he take it now or does he wait? He waits. It doesn't go. Now he does. Opens the door in 7. Wilkie crosses him up side by side down the straightaway. Wilkie on the right side, Klein on the left. Here they go.
Contact. They both go into the grass. Klein falls further and further, and that will do it for Klein. Wilkie going to push him off the track a little bit right there as he now gives a signal over to Schneider. And now Heeman goes down to the inside of Schneider to see if he can get up to 2nd. As they both make contact, this could open the door for Wilkie.
Here we go, white flag lap, final time around. Snyder in the catbird seat for the championship. Can he get himself into the main throne for the race lead? Wilkie looking to try and hold on. We've seen a bit of late lunges before for the lead already here in this race. Not this time for Snyder. Require one more opportunity up to 11 and 12. Snyder trying to back up a touch as Heeman right behind, willing to push. They keep it on the racetrack. Checker flag waves. Better pull for Snyder. Snyder on a straight line. Does he get the edge? It is, yes. He does. 21 1/1000 is the difference for Tegan Snyder.
And that for sure will solidify the championship for Tegan Schneider to win the 206 juniors here today.
What a race. As in the end, Tegan Schneider gets it over Wilkie and Heeman. Maxie holds on to 4th in the end. Klein shuffles all the way down to 5th after being in contention for the victory in the last stages here. Richard Munsell's back there, Benjamin Klucker, Langley, McCloskey should say, Harvey, McCoster, Bagoon, Richter, along with Nesbitt, Butler, Krzyzewski. And what's the field here today? So already a few of the finals down, many to go in the order. And next up in the running order here, Taylor, 206 senior. This class could get wild here.
Absolutely, very wild indeed. As they try to get themselves ready to go, here's your starting lineup for the action in 206 senior. It's Ben Lyda and Henry Wheeler on the front row, with Jordan Klein and Addison Ianello in row 2. Braden Heber and Nolan Holiday in row 3, with Garrett Hagerman and Gavin Degenhardt in row 4. Rounding out your top 10 is Alex Zexulio and Riley Davis. As we work our way further down into the field, 11th is Will Specht, Tanner Gorman, and Ryan Crouch.
A look top to bottom at the running order as the engines get the command to fire up. Your points lead, again, looks like this. Brendan Heber does have the advantage now per the point sheet. 1,803 points total to the 1,655 for Addison Ianello. Now, keep in mind that is currently factoring with Heber's drop being today, and his lowest race he can actually drop is a 250. So it becomes the question, how is this about to go with the way the drops are going to fare out? That's a big swing on points. Depending on what happens with that drop here, Heber needs a good performance.
He certainly does, because the only drop that Addison can take is the one she didn't enter in back in round 3. So it's going to be an interesting situation to see how this all plays out. Heber probably just needs to make sure he finishes within the top 3 and hope that Addison does not finish inside the top 5 at minimum.
Not quite sure how this is going to play out for that battle, but Henry Wheeler definitely going to be a threat to take the race lead and try and take away the max points for the feature race here today. That one machine on your pylon, 0 on the racetrack, has been difficult to beat. It was, remember, Lyda in a drag race that took the top spot in the first place for the pre-final. See the rest of the drivers now catching up to the field here and getting situated. Get our third total final, I should say, on the day. Back to 10 minutes plus 2 laps on the board once again for this final as they're ready to shape things up and decide who gets themselves a championship. Signals are ready to try and make sure everyone is aware of the situation. Make sure they're slow. Field is in hand. The green is not coming out. They weren't happy with that start. Did not pop up. So they'll try this again here, Taylor, and regroup.
Yep, try it again, re-rack them and restack them. Timer does not start yet, so we will see how this plays out again. Hopefully we can get a good jump here on the start for this feature race in 206 Senior. As the field gets themselves organized and ready to go, a lot can still happen on the line for our competitors as they re-rack up and head into the staging lane.
Re-rack and stack them for a second time here. So now we'll try this again. Looks like one driver having some issues with their car at the very back of the field. That's Crouch. Crouching down and looking at something. Field being told keep it slow. Wait for the control of Lida. Green light is out this time. And we're underway. Wheeler gets a great jump for the outside though. Able to go wheel to wheel, but not able to side by side. Heber Amonso is trying to think about 3 wide for a moment in the battle for the top 5.
Good fight up here towards the front of the field as we see Heber trying to go up towards the second position and try to make it work. Can't do it. Drops back into line behind Henry Wheeler as Addison Ianello sneaks around to the inside to get around Heber. Goes into the grass, and now that will drop Heber back behind her in the 5th spot.
Yep, and now Heber trying to find a way forward quickly here. Remember, that Kart has had a hard time fighting 4 spots today. Ianello on a charge in the top 4. Gets passed on by now by Heber, though. The 8 is able to retake the 4th position for now in the fight. Top 3 with that squabble, and now able to break away, though. That's going to be hard for Heber to close on up here with his Kart.
Heber doing everything he can now, but he's got to have a little bit of help as we see Wheeler, Klein, and Lida leading the charge here up at the front of the field. Good fight up there, but Heber does get around Ianello, so that could help him cushion a little bit, but now we'll have to depend on Ianello to help close the gap on your top 3. As Degenhardt under investigation for swerving. No further action.
Here's where the swerve came in, but look at this change up front. Jordan Klein to the front with the help of Henry Wheeler. Jordan Klein, she looks to try and see if she can hold on now for 8 minutes. Know for a fact, though, Taylor, these karts not going to stay stationary here just with how much passing is going on. A lot of battling going on. No further action for Degenhardt.
Yes, indeed, and as they work their way through, you know that with the momentum that these karts have, if you see a run, you got to take it if you have the chance to get around and get up at the front of the field or ahead of your competitor. I know it's tempting to try and lean back sometimes, but sometimes it's best with how much momentum these karts carry, best not to stall them out and let them go and make the run if need be.
Look at this. Heber's actually clawed his way forward here. He has found a way in front into the pack. Seems to have to speed down to be able to pull away now and try and outscore things. Wheeler outscores to the inside of turn 4. Able to rip his way on through. So Wheeler up in front to the lead. With less than 7 minutes to work with, Wheeler trying to sweep the weekend in this class.
Watching and seeing how this plays out because Heber has caught the tail end of this group, leaving Ianello by herself. Closing in now, have to deal with Crouch behind her. And so this could change the outcome a little bit for some of our competitors here as they come across the line. In fact, Heber has the fastest lap of the race. So does he have the time, though, to get around these 3 and take home the win?
Yep, and right now for Heber to get the championship, right now he's in a close spot here with this circumstance with the drop situation. It's going to be up to the official standings likely by the end of this one. But at this mark, you can see just how much he's trying to push Lida, who was good in drag racing action before, earlier on in the day. By the way, look at Crouch. He's been able to go from the back to the front just about, looking for the top 5 of the background. The 955 takes the top 5 after having a dead last starting spot.
Great recovery drive for Crouch as he is now trying to set pace, and he may have something lined up to where he may try to make a charge up for the top 4 as Henry Wheeler starting to get a little bit of breathing room ahead of Klein and Lida.
Yeah, there is a possibility here with Crouch's speed right now. Crouch last time by was a couple tenths off the pace of the leaders, but was making a pass though, up 7. Biggest mover in any of the races here today with what he's been able to pull off so far in that orange cart. All that's while the choo-choo train works its way through.
Absolutely, as here comes Hebert down to the bottom of the racetrack. He'll go to the inside and try to get third away from Klein. And with those two battling, that allows Wheeler and Lida to pull away.
Yep, and now, at the least, Hebert's got the spot. That's his bright side. But now it's going to take a bit of effort for him to push again and be able to get back up into that spot to be on the bumper of the carts in front. Going to take a few laps of effort here, Taylor, to get it back up there.
It is going to take a couple of laps, but does he have the time? That's going to be the tall question amongst them as they try to get themselves going back up. 4 minutes, a lot can still come into the favor of Hebert, but he's got to get the hammer down and go for the run as now Crouch continues to work with Addison Iannello as they try to close in on that group of 4 as they battle behind for the 6th spot or 7th spot. Hagerman leading that group as here comes Takulo and Holiday making a run.
Yeah, a lot of scuffling. Oh, nearly grip rolled. Holiday just about flipped over, able to hold on to it. Bit of a ride there for the 9 machine. That was a moment.
Great drive to just get the cart back down on all 4s quickly and continue on. Only lost 1 position out of that whole deal.
Yeah, very lucky there was Holiday in that circumstance. But Holiday has had some struggles on the long run speed in this cart here today. Flipped off back a few times over, and now in the midst of a busy battle pack. Up front, meanwhile, it's Wheeler and Lida who work together, trying to make it a 2-cart battle for the race win yet again. Just see how much Hebert's trying to work hard here. Just cannot seem to get enough of a help from behind from Klein, though, to actually close this on up. That gap still stays 3-4 cart lengths between the 2 packs.
It's kind of plateaued right now for Hebert, where he is not really making any headway right now. He's got to find a way to dig deep and get the run he needs. He's got a good run. He nearly goes up on 2 wheels off turn 12, gathers it back up, and tries to make the charge. Let's see what the gap is as they cross the line. They picked up quite a bit. About 0.6 of a second separates them. He set the fastest lap of the race with a 4:99.1. He is trying to close. Does he have the time?
That's the question on everybody's minds here in this one as they come to a close for this class. Under 2 minutes to work with here. Still, as they go, it's looking pretty solid this time. Holiday now for the 7th position. All while Hagerman and Degenhardt still try and fight for those points. Degenhardt losing a lot of ground here.
Yeah, Degenhardt continues to drop further back, almost about to go outside the top 10 here as they work their way out of the final couple of corners. 1 minute 90 seconds plus 2 laps to go. Can we see any changes here in this group of 3? As the 91 of Hagerman tries to find his way. Meanwhile, back at the front of the field, Wheeler holds on to the race lead with help from Lida. Gap is still around 0.6 of a second. No loss or gain right now for Quaid and Hebert.
Yep, they've stayed the same way for a few minutes now amongst this race. But still, they'll have 3 laps to decide it here for the 206 seniors. 40 seconds up on the board, this time through here. As they make their way on through, Hebert does close the gap. Look at that. He is within a cart length. Finally able to get in a comfortable spot for the slipstream, but is it enough to actually make some moves here?
It's going to be close to tell right now amongst the two of them as they try to jockey for position. Heber trying to close that gap. Can he find an opening to the inside of Lyda? That's going to be the question that we're going to have to wait and see on. With 10 seconds to go, we could get the 2-to-go signal this time by.
We very well should, based on what we've already seen with the pylon. Now it reaches zeros, 2 laps to go. Coming on up on the board. Pushing down, Wheeler trying to stay aerodynamic in the seat. Lyda stays on the bumper. Lyda not willing to force the issue quite yet. Bit of a bobble for Heber, clipped a little bit of the grass, coming out through 3. Lap and a half to work with here in this one. Who will get the job is the question. They make their way up to 7. No surprise poke arounds. Heber wanted just right of the popcorn seat.
I think Heber's in the best chance here as Lyda is going to try to do something to get around Henry Wheeler here on the final lap. I would have to say, especially out of the final corner here coming up this time by. A little bit of breakaway now for your top 2 from Heber by about a kart length separating them. And now, what will Lyda do heading into the turn 1? Stays tucked up. Not going to push the envelope just yet as he'll now go and tuck to the outside.
Just battling still aggressively. Final time around. Hugging to the inside. Wheeler trying to prevent any moves. All this is while they make their way up towards 5, 6, and 7. Up to the inside. Look at Iannello going out for a send. That's rather Klein making some moves. Klein alongside Heber. Side by side for 3rd position. Will them have any circumstances for the championship? Wheeler in Lyda now to decide for the race win, all while the 8 holds on to 3rd. No pokeouts from Lyda. It's Wheeler who sweeps the weekend at 206 Senior.
Great job by Henry Wheeler to pick up another win this season, and keep an eye and see how it all plays out. But for Braden Heber, it's all a matter of waiting and waiting to see if he gets the championship.
It's going to come down to the calculations. Go ahead.
I was going to say, can officially confirm that our first champion is crowned. Matthew Lyda wins in 206 Masters Championship.
So Lyda, the first of the champions, confirm Matthew Lyda specifically. Indeed, from that one, as we go. So now, we'll change the cards yet again, as it's going to be 206 Cadet. Next up through the run order. 206 Cadet. Ready to go flying pretty soon. That championship, as mentioned, already clinched up. Harrison Bell will still try and battle for the race win with Drew Snyder and Logan Pollock. Vince Simonic also pretty fast today. Oliver Collins in 5th, Wyatt Huntsberger in 6th. Colton Hoops in 7th with Henry Onken and Caden Tracy in the 9th position. So look top to bottom at the running order in that field as we get geared up here, Taylor. At least 3-4 drivers could have a conversation for the race win here, you'd have to think.
Absolutely. I mean, you're looking at least 3 different drivers who could come out on top of today's action. Could we see Logan Pollock go back-to-back with wins here today, or could we see someone else like Harrison Bell, who had a strong pace in the races earlier in the pre-final, looking to try and capitalize and go back to the front and win today and sweep the action? We'll find out at the end of 10 minutes.
Yep, and now we look to see where things truly go for this field as we get ready to rumble. Who's your pick for this race, just out of curiosity?
Well, I already had a bad case of situations that happened here, but I'm going to go with Mr. Pollock in the Kart Republic. I think he's going to go back as right there behind. There's chaos that happens.
Yeah, some trouble at the back of the group
Pollock,
here. Yeah, didn't get the name there, but it definitely shook up someone in the middle of the pack. Not the start I think anybody would want is a driver to have to pull off the racetrack. They're going to go one more time because of that, so they'll try this again. Looks like the drivers who went off will be able to catch up again at the very least. So they will regroup. It was Tracy who was well off the racetrack there for a moment. Collins, for a reason, scored 7th on the time beacon at the top of the cross. To have one car getting pushed up to the hillside, so we will have some pickup after this as well. So they now get ready to go here with, again, for whatever reason, the clock is rolling on our end here, but I don't think that's the case here. We know usually it's supposed to be 10 minutes on the board. We'll see where they handle things here after this one. Hearing it should be reset once we get to the line. That's what race control has said here in our ears here. So now they take the slow roll Taylor and try this again.
Here they go, setting up for a run as they head down into the corner, and hopefully we'll get a clean start.
Snyder, start from the outside. Bell from the inside. They make their way on through once again, coming up to start here. 8 karts are on the track for this final. They are picking up a little bit of speed here, gonna have to slow it down a touch. You see on the scoreboards, it does still show 10 minutes. It's not gonna be 8. They're being told, make sure to keep an eye on the blue cone. Green, green, green. And we're underway. Up front, Bell able to clear. Snyder under attack by Pollock to start.
Snyder trying to now have to worry about more drivers who get around him. Pollock gets around him. Bell, of course, has the race lead as they work their way back over to turn number 4. Here comes Leah Simonelli with a head of steam to try to get around Drew Schneider.
Yeah, but now they all try and figure out where things shuffle. Collins already has gone towards the back of the pack, mind you, a part of the race day shuffle. Bell looks to try and keep things up front. Gets a little push from Pollock, in fact, to the middle of the corner. That's never appreciated per se in that part of the racetrack. But those two trying to get Snyder out of this conversation for the race lead, first minute burn.
Here they come through out of turn number 2. Pollock and Bell now trying to get some separation amongst themselves. Schneider starting to worry about a little bit of situation where he could lose out on the top 2 in the draft. And Simonelli closing in as he's got Huntsbarger right there on his tail.
Yeah, but all of them trying to find a way anyway. Zip around and make the passes work here in the midst of this fight. Here they go, coming around the first minute and a half burn, and Pollock just is so good coming out of turn 11. Not sure what he's doing in terms of that racing line, but he's just got that extra little bit of push that he just sails into the back end of Bell each time so far in this race. A big amount of speed carried in the final corners.
He does get a lot of speed to carry through, but can he hold on to it as they work their way through? 8 minutes to go. The top 3 starting to separate. Pollock trying to put a little pressure on Bell to see if he can move him up the track a little. So far, not going to work out for him in his favor as he just settles in and just tries to hold his line and log some laps now.
Yep, as now top 3 still march around as they go. Up to the bumper. Once again. Will Pollock build up a run to try and make a pass quite yet? Or you just take the time to think about things? Right now the answer is think about things. Thinking about things is kind of what you need to do in a lot of cases with these kart races. Just take your time. Be able to sort each other out. And remember, Logan Pollock, several of the youth members that is one of the many from his community that was a part of a news article back in May about drivers embracing the community side of things and embracing local and being able to develop as drivers. Remember, Pollock also amongst those that have made some national appearances in CKNA competition. Just biding his time, riding with the nitro kart behind him still, coming to 6 minutes to go this time around.
Watching on here to see no one's really going to try anything here left in this race. I mean, it's still quite a bit of racing. Drew Schneider knows he's got the championship pretty much wrapped up. Just take care of his equipment and try to see what happens with Pollock and Bell, and then go in for the racing mode. I think that's what we're going to see right now for Drew Schneider. Simonelli just trying to see if he can get a chance at the podiums, trying to stay right there in the toe of the draft to make sure he could have a shot at that podium if it gets a little racy up towards the front of the field.
Yeah, that's the true thing right now, is hoping that things get very testy here, or close up the gaps. We haven't seen too many testy battles here today for these drivers here at the club scene. See them lined up in a row. Huntsbarger has lost touch by a couple seconds. Does have about a second plus cushion, making near 2 seconds over Collins as we go on those buffers. Still about halfway to work with. Again, this one as Bell again, it comes through higher line of the corner and continues to march through. Harrison Bell, just comfortable is all you can say in this race. Up at the front with the pushes, continuing to hold firm on the runs, has ran with a lot of different races, also amongst those in OVKA competition. It's one of the drivers that earlier in the season, for example, in June, to reference something for Epic Kart Racing on ice. And a second place runner there alone in a drag race for Lincoln DeCoster. Huntsbarger just running on his lonesome though, has lost touch. 2 seconds lost this past time by in the 333.
Yeah, unfortunate for him, but he does have about a 2-second advantage over Oliver Collins here in this race, so he could be able to at least maintain a top 5 finish here in this event, as the 88 of Oliver Collins sits 6th. Henry Oken is 7th, quite a ways back. Caden Tracy did continue on running by the looks of it on screen. Nope, I think I see this cart parked out there somewhere on the circuit. So, but still, great to see them out there learning a little bit and hopefully take some notes to get ready for next season. Come back and have some good runs, hopefully, for them in 2026.
And that's the big thing, is being able to keep your development going, to be able to learn, be able to try and rise as a prospect. And for many of these drivers, it takes time, it takes years of effort to be able to come up on top. We'll say it'd be interesting to see which drivers come out for the cadets next year, which drivers move up to that rank and be able to challenge Snyder. I'm trying to think who some of those may be, but all that being said, 206's grassroots form, it's one of those levels you can get a fair bit of simplicity of entrance, so to speak, to be able to get in. It's just, again, about finding a fast car and be able to get the right parts for your Briggs & Stratton motor.
Absolutely, but you know what? It's still a great stepping stone for these young drivers and anyone who wants to get started and involved in kart racing, because pretty much every local kart track in the community has a 206 package program for racing in their club races. So you know for a fact it's always a guarantee. You can learn your racecraft to work your way up into the KA categories or other categories.
Yep, as now 2 minutes to work with up at the front. Drew Snyder has made a move, it looks like. Check that. Has been able to build a buffer on Seminowick. Thought there was a swap for the moment based on the camera angle, but nothing has really changed up front. Bell maintaining, in fact, the leader, still running some personal bests. Top 3 just set their fastest laps of the race, 51.5s for the top 2 in particular. Pollock getting a better exit yet again. He's done that a few times, but nothing. Is he able to get the lined up exit? You have to wonder if that's something with the way the gearing set up to be able to carry more speed in center with the teeth of the gear.
Schneider now just seeing he had a little bit of help from Simonelli still. He loses a little bit of ground. Bell just doing what he needs to do, hitting his marks, not having any pressure whatsoever from behind. And he's just trying to make sure he can be there for the last little bit.
Yep, and now to see where the planning ends when the moves begin here. Like going to be 3 laps to go when we come up to the stripe based on the amount of time we have here on the clock. Right now, Pollock needs to find a way to go. He's been able to close up strongly in 11 and coming through to 12. He's been able to get to the bumper just about down the front, but not able to actually pull on and make a pass here. 3 to go confirmed. Backs it up this time. Pollock trying to get the exit, trying to go to the left. Bell hugs to the right and is able to hold on for now. So Bell starting to feel the pressure a bit. Pollock backing up his corners this time to reset a run. This is wow. They get ready to see how the 2 lap to go mark in the final lap come on down here with some of the fun, some of the crew members for some of the teams taking walks on the far side of the racetrack to see some of the action. 2 to go. 2 more times around. It's a 2-car battle for the lead.
Harrison Bell looking to try and get home a race win here this weekend. Pollock trying to go for the double and go back-to-back action here. Schneider doing everything he can to close the gap, but it's not working out because the 2 ahead of him are just really utilizing that draft to keep them ahead for the time being as they come out of turn number 7 here. One more time around for them as they work their way up the short chute.
Here we go. Pollock trying to set things up again, this time to the bumper. Will the poke come on through this time? Yes, it will. It's time to go defensive for Bell. White flag is out. Final time around for the Cadets. Outside, Pollock gets the boost. Able to make the pass. You could see that run coming. He's been setting up the test runs all throughout the past few laps. But now for turn 4. Pollock hugs the inside, blows the corner. Bell gets alongside. Drag race coming up to turn 7. Bell trying to work from the outside. Pollock gets squeezed off. They make their way to sector 3 as Snyder gets alongside Bell for a moment. Bell will need to get another run built up just like how Pollock's done all race long to do something. Coming around to the final stretch. Defensively for Pollock, he goes middle. No drag comes, it's Pollock who wins over Bell and Snyder. Seminowick in the top 4, Wanya Hartsbarger in the top 5, Collins, Hoops, and Tracy, the 8 who take part.
Great drive right there by all of our cadet drivers. Congratulations to Drew Schneider for clinching the championship in 206 Cadet. And one more thing we got to touch on. Keegan Schneider is officially your 206 Junior champion.
Take a break. We come back, more action, some pickup here on Kart Chaser.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspects with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
Hi, I'm Jackson with Alpha Race Hub. Alpha is an all-in-one motorsports software solution that can solve all the software problems you need for your track, facility, or series. Alpha can cover all your software bases, from online registration, digital e-waivers, a proprietary timing and scoring software, incident management, automated points tabulation, tire and barcode scanning. We even have our own mobile timing app and rental cart activity management software. If you're looking to consolidate your motorsports software solutions, reach out to us at alphatiming.co.uk.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my gosh.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayCaret.com. At ShopPayCaret.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MCC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayCaret.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go, come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico, it's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and zero sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Karts now coming onto the racetrack for our shifter categories. It's time for the Pro Shifter to go racing here on Kart Chaser. This is going to be class number 5 for our finals after a bit of a pickup. Up front, Larry Pegram, Mitchell Lowry. Bobby Pegram starts third with Ben Leinen fourth. Then Jeff Leinen, Fred Robertson, Doug Duff, Tyler Abel, Jeff Carroll at the back of the field as well. Look top to bottom at the order here for Pro Shifter Taylor. It's actually been pretty intense, some of the battling between the Pegrams and Lowry today. Championship right now in sight for Doug Duff, though, who was one of the few pro time racers this season. In fact, with the drop estimate, he's currently estimated to already have the championship secure over Robertson. Now with this race here today, Taylor.
Absolutely. We're going to see how this all plays out amongst them as we get set for the race action. Lowry does have what it takes to battle it out there with the Pegrams, but the Pegrams can be a little aggressive, especially Riley Pegram. And don't count out Ben and Jeff Lyda. If these three drivers ahead of them battle it out and get a little bit too argy-bargy, one of the Lydas could swoop in for a chance at a podium.
Strong possibility as the field gets itself ready to go kart racing yet again. Looks like Larry Pegram a little bit upset on the lines. We'll see if they allow that there on the start. Rest of the field joining on in. We have 9 karts, 9 on track for Pro Shifter. Thumbs up given. Here we go with the lights. And off and away. Believe we are go. Yes. Wasn't sure with the color of the light there, but it's going to be a run for Lowry up at the front.
Lowry gets the run he needs as they work their way through up to the front of the field, and it's going to leave Larry Pegram back in second. Riley back to third, as Ben Lyda nearly got around her, but Riley was able to get back. A little bit of argy-bargy as the two make contact off turn 7.
So Lowry, we know, has the ability to defend and perform in that magic kart in these races. How long will that defense have to be? How about a squeeze to the middle of the track? Lowry near contact. And a spin. It's going to collect to both the Pegrams. Larry and Riley are both the wrong way around. And it's Lowry with a big advantage as a result. Got a little bit too aggressive on some of the defensive sense there, didn't it? There, Taylor.
It really did. I'm kind of surprised that that happened with Larry and Riley Pegram. I mean, maybe a little give and take right there, especially this early on. And now that leaves both the Lydas up at the podium like we just talked about.
Yeah, it's Ben and Jeff as they run. Larry and Riley Pegram well down the order. Larry still yet to cross, believe. Riley the same, and we also had Jeff Carroll have some issues pop up, just now crossed the stripe. So Mitchell Lowry, who has raced everywhere with karts. He raced in something called the Super Tour in a Mazda where he was grinding then on a road course. He's raced in Spec MX-5 competition, some action. He raced a part of things like the Rock Grand Prix, was amongst the drivers that won the scholarship program to actually, in 2024, get to SCUSA Supernats, and then this year's Rock Island GP. Also, is amongst the drivers that took part in the runoffs that happened at Road America a couple weeks ago. So he's been racing anything that's a road course with a driver's seat in it and a steering wheel. Lowry's been everywhere.
Great to see him out there and continuing on, and makes you wonder if we'll see him in other forms of racing throughout the rest of the year, because there's still quite a bit of racing that's still going on between now and December 31st of 2025. So we'll keep an eye on that as we now have 7 karts. Carroll moving up a little bit, and with that could help a little bit with Chef Carroll and Fred Robertson trying to see what they can do as far as getting some more points in the championship, and Doug Duff looking to get one of his best finishes he's had in a couple of weeks. Or a couple of rounds, I should say.
Duff in the 5th position as they roll. Taking a look at the 991, that's Ben Lyda. Months drivers believe doing double duty here today. We've seen a lot of the Lydas as a family here at the racetrack here today. He considers himself as a professional noise producer. That's his main role is touched upon. One-time regional champion. Continuing to just drive along and keep pretty kart here. Should drive stealth karts in some of the other races that he takes part with Steel Motorsports at the national level. Ben Lyda, though, don't think he's got enough to catch up to Lowry, but he sure has enough to be able to hold on the second here, finish out this weekend strong and end the season. Compare that right now to what's going on behind him here, Taylor. Jeff Lyda is the air driver up on the podium as they run. We haven't mentioned much about Jeff Lyda really at all in these races. Again, a lot of racers when it comes to family members. Jeff Lyda in particular one of the drivers that comes up. If you look up the names that pops up for Meyer-Schrank Racing, in terms of some of the crew members on that side of things. A part of a whole team organization the Lidas have put together with a karting side based out of Powell, Ohio, for their driving exploits. Take a look at him right now with that 10 machine. Just gliding and riding is all you can say right now for him as he tries to figure out his way around traffic as quick as possible with under 5 minutes to go.
Yeah, with that racing right here as Ben and Jeff Latta, it's pretty much just great to see. And, you know, with the shifter racing, we got to be excited about this because the shifter class, this is pretty much one of the last shifter races we'll see here on Kart Chaser before we get set for the Supernats that are happening in Las Vegas in literally just under 20 days from now. Of course, another shifter event that's happening here coming up is the Rock Vegas event that's going to be happening in a weekend's time. A lot of shifter drivers going out there to compete in the Rock GP category. And we'll be excited to see how that plays out before we get set for the biggest show in karting at the Supernats. And you can only imagine some of the names that will be going out there to compete in the shifter category. And who knows, maybe one day we'll see some of these shifter drivers who are racing here, like Ben Lyda, or of course the Pegrams, who we've seen compete at the highest level of shifter racing when it comes to the SCUSA Pro Tour, coming out and maybe making a run for it as well in the SCUSA Supernats. We haven't had the official entry list released yet, but I know once that comes out, it will be the talk of the town of who's who to come to Vegas.
Yeah, names from across the world, to say the least, usually take part in the Supernats. Just trying to think of some of the many. Connor Zillage comes to mind a few years ago, for example. Going to be likely one of the drivers that will be taking home an NASCAR championship here this year or in the near future. Keep in mind, it just so happens that Pro Shifter and Master Shifter is still open, in fact, in the SCUSA Supernats per the event bulletins for some of the registry and some of the juniors. They actually are still in the midst of oversell for things like X30 and Mini Swift in terms of some of the numbers there. They've gotten a lot of registrations, to say the very least, but still have some open, interesting enough, at that national level. But again, that was as of 10 days ago. A lot of people could have registered in the past 10 days. Again, for more information on that, go to supernatkartsusa.com for more information. But still, it's Lowry who controls things up at the point. Looking to try and go here. The rest of the field up at the front and control things as we go. 9 seconds is a big margin here, Taylor, to say the least.
It really is, and it's really pretty much that's going to be it. I mean, unless something happens for Lowry, the Lidas are going to be sitting second and third, Robertson fourth, and Duff with a top 5 finish here today, as Lowry has started to lap some traffic here. In fact, he's about to be putting Doug Duff a lap down here momentarily as he works his way around the circuit. Just out for a Sunday drive here with these shifters, hitting his marks. Just how much work you have to put in to get around this track in these shifter karts is incredible to watch.
Yeah, kind of what I was alluding to earlier on, absolutely. Carroll about to lose a second lap, if my count's correctly here. Some issues earlier on, and he gets zipped on by quickly. Lap count. Gonna be interesting how many laps we get here. It's a long race here with the shifter karts here. 13 laps complete for these drivers right now, with Lowry well and truly above the rest. But Doug Duff can at least celebrate one thing, the championship, to give credit to that 00 on track 100 on top and scoring here. It's been a good run for the title for them. We do have one penalty with the jump start that was hit a couple minutes ago, but that was for Tower Abel, who is already a lap down. No issues for anybody else. With that being said, 3 to go for the Pro Shifters, Taylor. It's been, after the Pilgrims crash, smooth sailing.
It has been a smooth sail for Mitchell Lowry here as he continues to run laps, and he's running so many laps. He's run through the laps where he's kind of just tapered off a little bit, not really putting the pressure, not trying to go for the fastest lap. He set a fast lap back on lap 9, but then, you know what, just settle down, get yourself going, not really want to push an incident here, cause any problems, end up in pit road or off the racetrack. Just log those laps, be patient, calm, cool, and collective, and collect another victory for the season for Mitchell Lowry, who picked up a win, of course, swept the weekend in round number 2, and is looking to pick up another win, or actually won, if I'm looking at everything correctly, actually won yesterday too in round 7.
Yep. Hands raised as Duff falls a lap down. That's your championship leader once the full-timers in this series. So Doug Duff get himself a trophy for the trophy case pretty soon here. Just needs to wait for the checker flag to wave and then the podium celebrations later on today. White flag is out for now though. Final time around, Lowry just pushing lap after lap. Fall off difference is about 0.8 of a second for your leader. Right, more than 12 or so seconds ahead of the pack. Find us ready to celebrate on the podium with Lowry here in the next couple of moments. So Mitchell Lowry come through the final corners here after a commanding day in the office. Yesterday, it was Mitchell Lowry that picked up the win by more than 3 seconds. Today, he does so in dominating fashion. 12 plus seconds, Lowry gets the win in Pro Shifter. Then behind him in the order here is going to be Ben Lina and Jeff Lina, Fred Robertson and Doug Duff, Tyler Abel, Jeff Carroll, the Pilgrims at the tail in this run through. What could have been for the Pilgrims could have been an interesting battle up front. Instead, Lowry is the one who gets to command the rest of the field the whole entire way to the end, Taylor.
Incredible drive indeed. And now we go from the pros to the junior shifters. And we're going to see another exciting one with Katowski going out there to showcase his talent as the Pro Shifters exit off the field for the final time today.
But now we look to see where the juniors shuffle. Remember, 5 junior drivers are part of these starting grids here. And earlier today, the junior field had a fair bit of separation to it. How did things go in the junior pre-final? Katowski ended up getting the win 1 second, in fact. Rather, that's KO100 Junior. We're talking about the junior shifter specifically for their pre-final. It was Nico Katowski by 4.8 seconds over Heeman. Lash was 12 seconds back. Langley was 14. And Furnish, remember, lost a side pod. We are having a bit of cleanup here before we get rolling for the Pilgrims. Here's the look of the starting lineup. As mentioned, it's Katowski up front, Heeman, followed by Lash, Langley, and Furnish, who hit the track once we get the carts off the circuit. See the pickup trailer taking its time to get these carts on through as the drivers continue to migrate towards the fencing to watch to see what's going to happen here. Part of these battles here today. Everyone in high spirits here this weekend here, Taylor. We haven't talked about too much. There was the cook-off that happened before. When it came to that prizes, it was Kerry Mueller who picked up the win in the cookout yesterday to be able to have the best chili on property.
That's good to hear. Great for her. And of course, Mueller is looking forward to trying to see if you can see some good action for her. And hopefully, I believe, because her son is racing in the senior category. Yeah,
Yes.
Logan Mueller is right there as well. So hopefully, not only do they get the chili cook-off win, but they also get the KA senior victory here today.
Still waiting for the pickup to finish up here before we get rolling for the action. Still left on the cards after this to remind you of the schedule. Do have the extra race today. You have the KA100 Masters followed by the Minis and the Micros, the KA100 Juniors, and KA100 Pro-Am is set to close out the day. We are still within the confines of the estimated schedule today. Coming into these races, what was expected for our drivers to close out the season. Championship conversation one more time for the juniors. Well, it's official. It's Nico Katowski, who is your junior shifter champion. Eli Furnish, 70 points scored. Not enough, obviously, to outscore Nico Katowski. Katowski had the separation coming into the weekend. No one's going to outscore him now with 921 points to Furnish's 558. Closest chance outside of that would have been Landon Bull if he appeared in both the races, but he did not. So, Katowski closing up a championship. Not sure who the driver at the top of the board for the transponders is here, but everyone else looks to get themselves set with the tire pressures. Making sure your tires are up to temperature, so important in a shifter.
Absolutely, as they get themselves lined up there, you see your junior shifter champion of Katowski and Beeman. As the rest of the field works their way up through and tries to get themselves set. I think it's only 5 carts, and that's just an issue with our timing system. We'll get that fixed out here for you in a moment and get set for your junior shifters. And there we go. Yep, 5 carts heading into the formation.
So we'll find out how this is about to go here on the restart for our racing action. Nico Katowski on your right, Heeman on your left. Light blinks, light blinks, light blinks. And red light, green light. There we go with the launch. And I don't know if we got the fire off. The clock's not moving on my end here.
Give it a second here. We'll see how things work out. There's no flags, no lights showing. I think we're good. Yep, green lights are showing. We are off to the races here as Heeman leads. It goes back to second as Katowski tries to hold on to the race lead, and he has already pulled out to a significant margin over Heeman and Eli Furnish, who has moved up to 3rd position after starting in 5th spot. Lash, then of course you have Langley, then Lash right there rounding out the field.
Okay, confirm we are under green. Just took the timing beacon a few moments to realize what was going on for the field. Up front, it's Katowski on the plow ahead. The 92 looking to continue to establish his dominance amongst the junior drivers here. Furnish, good jump for the 4 machine after having the side pod issues earlier on in the day. Now, looking to see if they can hold off Langley. Lash did not really go anywhere else. Surprisingly, Lash is struggling to keep up with the top 3 here.
Lash is struggling a little bit here as he's trying to make sure he can keep the pace, but he seems like to be just having a little bit of struggling at certain points of the race. And as he gets a good run, though, out of turn 11 and 12, he's really got a good pace. He could try something to set himself up for a closing in on that 3rd position of Furnish to get onto the podium.
Yep, and now See where things settle in for Lash later on. A little bit of a deep send lately to the bumper. And look at the patchwork done. It looks like, it almost looks like Furnish has it almost taped or bungee corded that side pod. You can see a black stripe on top of the right side pod. A little bit of work to try and get that to stick here at the time here, so they've done something to try and fix where that side pod was falling off in a way where it's a quick fix for the race, it almost looks like.
It certainly does. It looks like also a little bit of a electrical tape or Bondo that kind of is wrapped around it. But as long as it holds and it sticks, I wouldn't complain too much about it. Just make sure it just stays on there for the rest of the race. As Heeman has closed in on Katowski, deciding to make things a little interesting here in our junior shifter race.
Yeah, providing a bit of pressure. Heeman had the fastest lap on this layout this season with a 44.616. It's time by. Oh, by the way, if you're listening on the P on the racetrack, your car alarm is going off. We are hearing it all over the track. So hopefully whoever that is gets their car checked out. Make sure it isn't a go-kart that ran into your car. But speaking of go-karts, Heeman, thinking about where to go here. You'd have to think. Just being patient. Just going with the flow of things. The top two have well control of this race, Taylor. But it's about picking the spots. We don't want to have a spin like we see with the peg rums earlier on, and then you have chaos, right?
Well, right now, Katowski and Heeman are doing just what they need to do. Just log the laps. If Heeman sees an opening, he may try to go for it, but still wants to try to make sure they keep that gap ahead of Furnish and Lash as they continue to stretch out that race lead. 4.5 seconds separates your top two from Furnish and company as those three still battle as Heeman tries to look around the outside, thinks better of it. Going to just stay tucked up behind his teammate and continue to push the envelope here and there, seeing what he can do and learn from Katowski.
Yep, and now just trying to sort out where they can go for the end of this one. Well, obviously the podium is a place to go, but it's just going to matter which trophies they get around here. Furnish has he taken off. Lash has taken forfeits. He's found a little bit of wings speed to be able to get that kart rolling here. Good job by Furnish to be able to keep this kart together here as we go and build up this distance. It's going to be difficult for Lash to close, but Lash is digging very hard. By the way, when it comes to Furnish, that experience over the years, drivers with teams like Sodi Kart, back in 2023, won the OVKA 206 Sportsman Championship. It's also a driver who won the CKNA North Sportsman third place a few years ago. One of the rising juniors in CKNA competition that also at one point was very active amongst those on the social medias before joining Low Key Racing back in 2024, late 2024 as well. Take a look as Lash is now within drafting distance here. Lash going on the charge. It took him a while to find his water wings, but Lash is now one of the fastest cars on the racetrack. 44.8 past couple times around here in that 32.
Heyman's really got some pace here. I'm impressed with it as we go back. Third position, final step of the podium.
Yep, all these drivers work their way around with 3.5 minutes to go. So now Lash needs to find a way to make the pass. Heeman's also keeping it close for the race lead overall as well amongst these juniors. 3 minutes to play with on the clock. 3 minutes to go. All of a sudden, the gap went from close to not so close. Lash really had to back it up. Struggled in Sector 1. Is not able to make the Kart stick around the way they were hoping for, and now have lost so much time on circuit. If anything, it's more closer for Langley to them than anything else. 2.5 minutes, and we've had a change up front. Heeman's up in the lead. Katowski has fallen down to second all of a sudden. So that just happening in the past lap. Heeman has the clean air with 2 minutes to go. Your contact up for the race lead. Katowski digged a little bit too hard. He and Heeman have all the time in the world to fight. Katowski, better straight line, gets the lead in front and is already going defensive here. A little bit earlier than you would expect for that. But with the way things are shaping up amongst these drivers, not a shock with how this is going to go here. Inside line, now to the outside. Heeman poked to the outside line and stuck it. Now back on inside. The clubhouse getting filled with active fans here, getting a little bit rancy and antsy. 1 minute to go. These drivers going to have about 4 laps, maybe 3 to go here. Right now, Heeman looking to reach set. She gained a lot of ground out of 4 again. Katowski hugs the inside yet again, feeling the footsteps. Back and forth on the interval they go. Heeman continues to pounce off these exits. 3 to go officially this time through. Katowski fading down a little bit, taking some draft away from his teammate. Now hugs the inside again. Continuously playing the defensive game here in this fight. Furnish comfortable in the battle for third as well, by the way. Has that gap by about 6-7 tenths of a second. Here's the run outside, trying to late break. Heeman couldn't get it to plant. Running out of laps to be able to do something. Heeman needs to plot. He needs to plan. That chessboard is running out of potential moves. Check right now for Katowski. 2 laps to go here in this final for junior shifter. It's been really good in the middle sector. Has been able to pick up a lot of ground coming out of turn 4. Just did it again. Found the inside line to stick. Katowski lost a lot of ground on corner exit, but no place to take the run yet. Heeman waits, tries, gets within a kart length again. They roll on through to the white flag this time by. Final time around here from MCC Cincinnati. Katowski continues to hold serve in front. Looking like he's fading down just a little bit, not too far to the inside defensively. Heeman lost a lot of ground. Heeman's got a problem. Checked up significantly and now isn't rolling as fast. Katowski has the buffer he needs to secure victory. They'll come on through the final one through turn 12. And Nico Kitowski had to work for this one. In the end, it's top step of the podium for the 92 in junior shifter. Your junior shifter champion adds another win to his feather cap. Furnish holds on to third behind him and Lash and Langley in a drag race, but it's Lash who holds off the 8 in the end for this one. So the KA part of the program is next in the run-through. Engines already are fired. It's Chris and Andy, remember, who are battling it out as we speak here for that championship. And right now, looking as they get ready here. Points tallies are estimating Chris with the advantage right now. That advantage they are saying on the tallies, again, that's with a drop factory in the last round, roughly would be, well, under 100 points. In other words, the math says this comes down to the final race because the math before was a distance of about 40 points entering today. It's Andy in front of Chris today. AJ Roderick, Paul Meese, the top 4. Kino and Leahy, the top 6. Tracy and Jennings, Vogt and Klund are your top 10. Williams, Stepp, and Curry get the top 13. A part of this run-through. So it becomes the question, it's going to be Chris or Andy gets the championship. 279 is the one with the championship advantage. Now looking to carry that to the end here today. Once we get official word on who that champion will be, because it will likely come down to the wire. As green light is on, we're underway. Good start up front. It's Andy hugging, but it's Chris flying on the inside for 2. Back and forth they go. The Kutchers going back and forth, trying to get themselves top points already. The 279 of Chris Kutcher is the one in front.
Chris did a great job on that opening lap to get the ball rolling for him as Andy Kutcher tries to follow back in line and see if he can get back around his brother for the race lead. Can't quite make it work, though, for him as he ducks back into line. That will move the driver of, I believe that's going to be Meese behind, who up to 3rd position. Meese, Roderick and company as the rest of the field jockeys. Here comes the driver of Andy Kutcher back around for the race lead as they enter 1.
Able to slide on by. That is AJ Roderick in 3rd spot. Meese has actually been shuffled as far back as 6th as we go with Bocchino's recovery going well. Ethan Bocchino at the least securing 7th with his recent starts in the championship. But now it's the tough part. Andy, we know, once you give him the lead here, Taylor, he can pull you by 0.2 a lap. Chris, trying as he might to try and keep up. Curious where the adjustments can lie, and how do you feel about that brotherly love, fighting for a championship with everything that's gone down this season, and knowing it's down to you two to be a champion?
It really is incredible to see how it plays out, but also the great sportsmanship that they both have for each other. They really do battle each other hard, but they don't do anything too crazy. They race hard, and they enjoy each other's victories. As we go a little further back to Roderick and Bocchino, who are having a good fight for the 3rd position, as a warning flag given out to Damian Jennings for an unsafe re-entry. Kind of surprising to see that happen here. But we will continue to watch on with Roderick and Bocchino, who are currently trying to hunt down the Kutcher brothers. But so far, it might be too little too late because they're stretching that race lead out, setting fast lap after fast lap as they continue to drop the hammer.
Yep, that hammer keeps on going bang, bang, bang for those two up front. Roderick trying to hold off Bocchino still. Ethan Bocchino had started towards the front of the first race during the pre-final, dropped back, and now he's been able to get a good charge down in this race. Bocchino had mentioned social media at one point he was thinking maybe of selling the go-kart to become a Labubu collector. Obviously didn't happen. But hey, Labubus are Labubus. He's also a part of those who took part in OVKA competition, a part of his extra racing exploits there. A part of the many who take part in the state competition.
Good little battle further back in the field. This is around where Meese and company is. Meese, Leahy, Fott, and Clune as they jockey around for position. Looks like Clune will get around Fott for a moment and has a little bit of breathing room to make it work for him as he continues to try to work his way up in further into the top 10.
Yep. See the flames popping out for Clune. Haven't seen much of his kart today, but up front, Chris is keeping up. It's not a walk away. So, it's going to be wild where things go once this field here coming up. All this is while the Kutchers have built up more than 3 seconds to buffer. Right now, see this grouping as well with Meese able to pick up a little bit of ground. The color green very popular in this pack, you can say. Green very much the accent color of all these cards. Putting that Lawson Speed Shop machine in front.
Absolutely. It's great to see it out there, and they're some of the most identifiable paints I have to say out there, especially the one of Bocchino right there in the mix with that black, green, and red. And I would say it's kind of the wrong colors for this time of the year almost, because, you know, we're getting ready to go into the Christmas holiday and everything. That would be perfect for December time.
It would definitely be. But Roderick holding firm. Still coming up to halfway, less than halfway, in fact, in this race. Boss man for Roderick Racing Development. Still looking like solid kart here today. I was going to be happy with some of the drivers taking part in today, some of their team performances at least. Know that organization takes pride, including at this level, on how well they perform at these types of racetracks, in particular with Wilkie and some of his standout runs this weekend. It's good to see when the boss man himself still races Taylor, not just tries to lead, but also leads by example on how you race on a track, and also stays involved in karting.
It is always great to see that, you know, especially when drivers and, you know, owners still get behind the wheel, and we see that a lot. I mean, think of Rollison Performance Group. Mike Rollison occasionally will get behind the wheel of a kart to go out there and showcase the team with the Cosmic of how he's able to go out there and do performance. We see that, of course, Gary Carlton with, of course, the GFC, where he's been able to showcase some incredible pace and dominance with his group. I mean, you just look through it, and of course, with news of, you know, Ryan Norberg being a GFC, you know, distributor in the Eastern Coast region. Also, you can see him racing that manufacturer a couple of times, starting at the Supernats as well. It's going to be incredible to see that he will be working with that and showcasing the manufacturer that he will be supporting and distributing across the country.
really helps with the development of things, to say the least. Look at one of the other packs. Clune, Williams, Tracy are part of this pack. Nathan Williams up 2, Clune up 2. Tracy is the one who is -3 though, part of this pack. Did not get the greatest of starts to this race, and it's kind of showed here. Tracy has had 7th or so speed in some of these races today, but stays relatively close to this pack. Bit of a checkup, in fact, there. Williams, how about a bit of problems with a quick moment there for a split second with under 2 minutes to work with.
Watching this bout a little further back, Jennings, Clune, and Williams, as he's trying to find his way as we go back up to Bokina and Roderick in the battle for 3rd position. Bokina trying to see if he can set himself up for a pass. No pressure, no worries of what's going on up front with the Kutcher brothers. They're still settling it in. We'll probably won't see anything till we get the 2 or 1 lap to go signal as they continue to stretch out their lead by 7 seconds over Roderick and Bokina.
Absolutely. Time ticking away for these fights in general here. Roderick maintains. They have ditched Mies in the fight. So Mies now is out of range to be able to get on the podium in this sequence with the way things have shaped up here. Jennings has taken 6th, by the way, in the other battle by 7/10 from Leahy. Should get about 3 to go. We come back to stripe for a vast majority of these drivers if we haven't already. So only a few more laps to close things up for KA100 Masters in their season.
Absolutely, and actually, how about this? Andy Kutcher has stretched out his race lead over Chris Kutcher by almost a second right now. So Andy definitely kicking in the afterburners here where it counts towards the end of the race.
Yep, there's a look at Andy. Going to be down to the final match with the drop on who gets the championship for this one. The rough math would say Chris, but not quite sure which way it will go, as, speaking of Chris, he kicks up some dirt. Coming to 2 laps to go. Don't want that per se on the circuit late. They'll grow the gap up to an extra 10.
Matter of fact,
Go ahead.
Yeah, Andy and them are catching up on some lap traffic right now. Ryan Estep, they're about to put a lap down as both Corey Curry and Kyle Fott are all out of the race right now. They pulled off, and here we go, white flag, and not too happy with what happened right there with Estep, as he did not give any room to Andy and Chris Kutcher.
No, did not make it easy for them, but still, Andy, the raw speed here, has just put on a clinic in the later stages here, just chipping away, or chipping forward the gap over Chris Kutcher. Come on through the final stretch here. Andy Kutcher, help his championship case. We'll have to see where the points fall. But for Andy, at least for the race, he'll win another one. Andy Kutcher gets it done over Chris. Roderick will round out the top 3 over Bokino. And Mies gets a top 5 today at MCC Cincinnati. So a good race in overall, the Kutchers stay in control throughout the day. Getting more and more cloudy-ish over top the skies. We'll take a quick break. We're down to the final stretch. You're watching Kart Chaser.
Florida Kart Racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I went to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
That's like $20 a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like $50 a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
Kartowing continues as we get set for our next group. It's the Mini and Micro Swifts. Kai Park, Jackson Frank, Jack Kotowski, Min Lewis, top four, Subanovic, Hornish, Yemen, amongst the drivers up for the front. The field is off and away. And we are racing once again for Mini and Micro Swift. 9 karts on the racetrack, Taylor, as they battle it out. We follow along for the far side cam.
We are following along here and watching on as Jackson Frank, along with Kai Park and Jack Kotowski, all jockeying around for position as they work their way through. One driver loops it around, though, out of turn number 7. Tough break for them. That might have been Min Lewis who loops it around.
Make sure for certain there was a false start initially on the start. Small delay to get going. But up front, it's actually Jack Kotowski. He's right now the leader in the Micro Swift. How hard will this challenge be from Park is the question. We know that Ketelski is not afraid to block. He likes to win and likes to be better than all the minis combined, some of the older drivers. Problem is, Kai Park just about drove around him, still side by side for a moment. Once again, getting the elbows out, back and forth they go. Still a bit of contact a little bit there as the 92 and Ketelski does not want to let Park go.
And that's, I mean, I understand the importance of racing, and that allows, as they try to get around Min Lewis, the lap car, which causes all kinds of chaos, and that's actually Learn Phillips they try to get around. Tough break for Phillips as they try to get around her, the Learn Phillips machine, but it's great that Ketelski has such great talent that he wants to do this, but you got to be careful with that, especially with your own teammates in this matter. You don't want to go and cause issues to where it could cost them a chance of their own victory in their class.
Now, all that's while Hornish has actually got in front of Seminola. That's the highest up Sam Hornish has gone. Actually got the fastest lap of the race so far. So the move's done for Hornish here. Hornish top 3 and pulling. This is a bit shocking here. A bit of an off track in the battle for the race lead. And I believe it was Ketelski because Park just squeezed him back. Nearly pushed him off circuit. Park to the lead.
Park is showing that he is not here to mess around. He wants to get back up in the front of the field as Ketelski settles back into second for now. Who does not mean that Ketelski will find second win and make another charge here as Hornish now has moved up to P3, and a warning flag for Kai Park for blocking on that matter. So, ooh, tough break right there.
Yeah, getting a little bit too antsy on the blocks here. But Park now with an opportunity to run away. We have had one driver with an issue at the side of the road. Phillips is already out of the race. So let's check in on the other pack, how things are going. Sam Hornish right now holds on by 2-3 kart lengths ahead of Frank. Hornish throughout this entire weekend has had some runs, but will it be at the very end the run to be able to try and get a podium finish here? Is already second in class, but is now going to have to fight for it. Frank gets the better pull, and Frank clears down the straightaway.
Frank does a great job to clear him and will continue on.
Remember, the championships already are clinched in this race. To remind you, Mini has already gone the way of Drew Snyder, who is not part of this field today. Micro, Jack Ketelski's already clinched it by almost 500 points is the rough estimate with Wayne Huntsberger out. Oh boy, another slow up there. As there's another change with Hornish also getting through at the same time. It looks like issues for Ketelski.
I don't think that was Ketelski. Yeah, Ketelski's still out.
No.
That was another. That was a
lap
right there. Yeah,
Yes.
because that was by the look of the helmet, that would look more like Griff Heeman right there instead of Ketelski.
You're right there. He was amongst the lap down drivers that are part in there, but we still have 5 minutes to go in this race. Up front, Kai Park doing Kai Park things. And Kai Park on the way to, with half of these races, getting a sweep of the rounds. Talked about some of the experience. One of the drivers who has experience mostly in Florida in some of the competition when the name pops up. Amongst those who have also had a pursuit to be an open wheel racer in the future, as many do growing up. Also has his own website, actually, to be able to stand out a little bit, and also knows how to play the violin as well. That takes a bit of work. Wow. We have 4 minutes to go on the clock now. And Katowski, at the very least, going to secure the class lead and win. Everyone else in this class, 5-second difference on pace, which is surprising to say the least, Taylor.
Yes and no. I have been watching both Heyman and Ren and Phillips. I believe, of course, for a couple of them, there is their debut this season in that category in the micros. But looking over some of the other things here that are going on, Heyman, he's kind of been mid to back of the field anyway for the most part. Ren, he's had made the last few starts, has made steady progress, but just not up the pace. And then, of course, for the rest of the field, Learn Phillips, yesterday, or today is actually their debut. Like, that is it. This is their first ever start here this season at MCC for the Pro-Am Karting Championship.
Yeah, big differences in some of the skill levels and some of the developments of the karts. But again, this is young drivers. These are young competitors looking to learn how to race and be able to hopefully one day be some of the best drivers at the national level in some of these cases. A couple cases they are. But it's about building the stepping stones. Part of that is being able to win here, be able to win at the club level, learn and find those skills, and also help your respective crews be able to learn what needs to be done, and in many cases your families, help them learn what needs to be done to build a good kart. And I think one of the quotes I remember that comes to mind is, sometimes you just have your kid and your kart. You need to figure out how to make the kid fast in the kart as well.
Yep, and the best thing you can do that is by going out onto these tracks, these club level weekends, and learning. Going out there on the practice days and getting as much time as you can. Then coming back in, looking over the data, looking over your video footage of how the kid was able to do. Let the kid get coached properly. Ask the kid questions to help him understand what he needs to do, what adjustments that he can help with. You know, all that data that a kid learns can help both him and you as a parent who is out there wrenching to learn more about what you can do to improve. That way you could hopefully one day make your way up to the top step of a podium here at a club level or at a national level event.
Yeah, exactly. About a minute to work with. Right now we're looking at Hornish. Going to stand on the podium for the minis today. They are reeling in Ren, who is lap traffic up the road. Ren, look out! Ren, able to hear the motor coming in the background, pushes up the track, and nearly got rammed on through for a moment. Still coming around to what will be very likely here. Believe 3 laps to go for the field. It depends on where the position is for Park. Yes, it will be this time by. Good job by Jackson Frank to be able to hold on to second in class here today. Looked to be a bit difficult to start, but the work's been put in. 3 to go for Park.
Katowski has settled back in as well, not really wanting to push the envelope, plus also has lost touch with Kai Park there and has now just settled in. Has no worries about Jackson Frank or Sam Hornish, and has a lap advantage over Griff Heyman as well. So makes you wonder what he will be able to accomplish next year when he is actually battling Kai Park, possibly in the mini Swift category. And I have a feeling if given the chance, both him and Park will be some of the ones to watch in some of the national or super regional events that happen across the nation in 2026.
There's that possibility with how things can go. Keep an eye on how things play out long term, but we're down to the final 2 laps of this one. Park just needs to make sure the kart doesn't have any breakdowns or anything along those lines. 4+ seconds over Katowski. There's a look at Jack as they turn. Jack getting the chance to celebrate a dominant run in the micros yet again. A second overall finish in this final of the season. White flag coming out. White flag is out. Kai Park taking the final time around, Taylor.
Kai Park, an incredible drive here today, and it makes you wonder if he was there for the full season, if he would have wrapped up the championship just as well over Drew Schneider in the mini Swift category. Jack Katowski, of course, same thing with the micros. Strong performance all season long, and he's looking to continue that stretch here going into 2026.
It's going to be a major question for some people. We'll have to keep an eye on what Kai Park's plans are, but his plans for tonight are simple. Celebrate a race win. Come on through to the checker flag. Kai Park puts together the run, wins in mini. It is Jack Katowski who also is able to get the win. He does so in the micros here today. Jackson, Frank, Sam Hornish, Lisa Manelik, Lewis, Eamon, Wren, and Phillips are the running order as we go here today. So top to bottom at the running order here today for our field. As we get set for our penultimate race of the day. Sun starting to get a little bit lower, Taylor, as our juniors for K100 will hit the track. See all those juniors getting lined up here. It's going to be Nico Katowski, Robert Lash, the front row, Alex Kutcher, and Josiah Phillips. Homer Heeman and Albert Klein, followed by Kel Tracy and Drake Williamson. Alejandro Gallego and Lyle Beck round out the run order for this field. Look top to bottom at the order as some of the drivers still yet to get in their seats. Your expectations for this race for junior here, Taylor?
I mean, it's pretty much Nico Katowski's race championship to lose pretty much for the most part. He has a significant points lead. He already won the pre-final earlier today. So it's just a matter of just hitting his mark, staying at the front of the field, and he will look to take home another checkered flag for him as well.
We were waiting on one Kart having some pickup. That might be part of the issue. They are yet to get the orange light to blink. I believe it's starting to now for drivers before they get the chance to go on circuit here. It's time to fire them up. So, who's your pick to win this race, Taylor?
I can't go wrong with the current champion unofficially, Nico Katowski, to take home the win.
Yeah, he comes into this race right now, 100 points scored in the pre-final. Adler Klein only scored 65. Was second in the fight coming in. So right now with the gap, it is unofficially somewhere around the more than 200 mark. Again, it all depends on the drop, but right now as it looks, Nico Katowski unofficially has this. As long as things don't spiral, his drop would be a 218 to the 199 of Adler Klein as well, to keep that in mind also. Nico Katowski ready to drive things on out now as we get ready for more action. Again, things just about set. Drew Snyder, as we mentioned, already securing his cadet. Just looking through some of the other championships. Shifter can't confirm. Doug Duff securing the championship. more than 200 points over Fred Robertson Jr. As mentioned, Nico Katowski is that title. Then the master for the KA100s. Still yet to be calculated between Chris and Andy. So that is still up for grabs. But this field is ready for KA100 Junior. We're underway with 3 wide and off tracks. Off the track goes the 832, holds onto it. As a bit of chaos there, I believe that was Lash. A little bit of chaos to start as Kutcher got up to second with the blistering chaos that built up. Klein jumps up to third in the midst of it, Taylor.
He certainly did, and that's going to be interesting to see how this will all play out amongst them as we go to Lash and Klein. Kutcher also in the picture as well in fourth. Go a little further back to Heyman, Tracy, and Williamson as they cycle their way out of the final corner onto the front stretch. Klein looking to try to get around the driver of Kutcher for that second place.
First minute burned off the clock here for these KA100s. Katowski has the buffer in front. Bit of a push now for the Magic Kart. Phillips trying to close down. Oh, wow. Klein tries to find a way to close. We know that Klein's had issues being able to help push some drivers with some of these races today and this weekend. The gearing has been set up pretty decently for the quarters, but the straightaway speed has benefited your kart if it's the color red, it seems. As somebody loses a part, look out as it goes in the middle of the racetrack. That's a chain guard that bounces all over the place. Not sure which chain guard.
Yeah, we'll have to keep an eye and look closely on some of these karts here, but that was definitely someone mid to back of the field that might have lost that, because that was there when they were coming on to the front stretch here as they come on through. Watching Adler, Klein, and Kutcher. Here comes Heeman right there closing in with Phillips on the tail as they come through the corner. So far, it's now just settled in, get the laps run, as we saw, of course, our amazing fearless leader here at MCC on the moped coming right across the track.
Gotta get that off the track, absolutely. By the way, under investigation, Josiah Phillips with avoidable contact, should say. Phillips is the one running fifth. Still nothing coming on through yet in a response on our boards yet. First few minutes burned off the clock. Katowski controls things by a sizable margin. Oh, wow. Some of the others just trying to figure out a way to maintain in these packs here. Take a look right now. One of those involved is Tracy. Matte black helmet when it comes to Caleb. Asgal will go right behind Drake Williamson, also in a respective pack here. Some of the drivers we haven't mentioned much of here this evening. Caleb Tracy, 805 machine. See a bit of battling pop up. Williamson thinking about a poke, doesn't take it.
Did not work out for Williamson. He'll settle back into line as we go back up to the front of the field. And Katowski not really running away right now, as Kutcher has been slowly eating away at that gap. It's now under half a second by the looks of it. And he's been running faster lap times than your race leader of Nico Katowski.
That's interesting from Heeman. Now, the tough thing is Heeman doesn't have track position, is more than a second behind the race leader. It's going to take a lot of pushing to be able to close that gap up at the very front of the field. Some of the others in these trains working hard. Seeing this pack. Katowski was up by nearly a second. That gap has been eviscerated by just the draft work of these karts, and that's the big difference compared to the 206 chassis we've seen throughout much of the weekend, is when you have a group work together, draft takes about a lap to get latched on, then you can just rapidly gain 6/10. That's why Klein set the fastest lap, 3/10 up for Nico Katowski last time through. 4 karts all in a line. 3 of them have the color red in their paint schemes. 2 of them are TKGs.
Kutcher, fastest on the track and set 1/2 faster than your race leader. Kutcher is able to find something and looking to dial it in to get a win here today in your KA Junior category in the finals here, and he is looking hungry to do so. The question is going to be, is he going to be patient or is he going to go on the attack to take on the win? Penalty given out for Josiah Phillips as well.
Yep, indeed. That is for the avoidable contact. So the 897 take them out of the conversation. They're on their own right now, but will lose a lot of time on the overall interval. So a penalty for Phillips as a result. Oh, wow. Field tries to see who can get a first chance alongside Nico Katowski. There's a look at the 897. Depending on things, will likely still be in the top 6 at least, because it's 8 seconds back to Caleb Tracy. Yep, so now as they get themselves signed up here, when does Kutcher go is the question. When do you pull the pin? When do you press the go button for this race lead with the way things are going?
I'd be pushing that go button a little bit right here at this time. Start pushing, probably try to find if Katowski make a mistake, or wait for Klein to get a better run on your bumper, see if he ducks out of line, and then go with him to get around Katowski. Those would be the two probable choices I would consider in this state, but also right now, I still think it's too early to make that jump at this time. There's still a lot of racing to go. You're now getting some separation to where it's a 3-horse race, and just as I say that, he decides to go ahead and pull the trigger now.
Yeah, some people like to have some time to play with. Here's the thing, though. Katowski given time to respond immediately. Gets the crossover. Able to swap on back for the race lead. Under 3 minutes to work with here in this one. Klein still in the driver's seat to be able to try and push forward if things open up. Right now, by the way, as things go, Phillips has closed up to Heeman. Heeman's fallen all the way back to the 897, but it will not be for position. The tail end of this race. It's what the situation looks like back there for the battle for 4th spot, with Lash putting together flyers quicker than anybody else on the racetrack to chip away this gap. Lash is pushing hard, to say the very least, Taylor, to get up to these two here. Might still have a chance for a top 4 if Lash is able to keep it up to the final lap.
Yeah, Lash is doing everything he can to keep this pressure on and make the charge there in the 843 as we watch this battle with Heeman and Phillips. Of course, Phillips kind of out of contention here. He'll drop back to at least 6th position. But right now, Heeman really has help from Phillips to help him out, as there goes Kutcher trying again here. Second attempt, makes it to the inside. Can he get down to the bottom and keep Katowski behind? He does so, but Katowski's going to start putting some pressure on him heading into turn 4.
Yep, and now Kutcher tries to withstand the pressure. We've seen it be hard to find her way up front today with the way Katowski's driven. Katowski again a swap back. Katowski again to the point. Still going to have about maybe 3 or 4 laps to work with. It depends on what the time looks like. Keep an eye on that timer. You see them 50 seconds. The boards are running 45-second lap times. It's close on how many laps we get here. I believe we're now at 4 to go here, Taylor. They're racing like there's a lot more urgency than that right now, to say the very least, with how tight those margins are on the clock.
It's going to be a close one for sure as we keep an eye on the action amongst themselves here, as Katowski has to be careful and go on the defensive to make sure he can stay ahead of the competition. Working their way through up to the S's, we go further back as we see the 884 machine trying to work his way through with help from from Phillips to see if he can get back into the mix. Here they come across the line. It's going to be 3 laps to go.
3 laps to work with. Coming up to 2 to go next time by when they hit the stripe. Phillips still pushing Heeman and hoping that help assists right now to be able to have a shot to be able to attack Klein for the top 3. But the top 2 still looking to square things away. We've seen every time Kutcher's taken a chance to go to the lead, an immediate response from that 92 of Kwiatkowski. They'll come up to 2 laps to plan things out here, and Kwiatkowski pushing hard. Does he have enough life in the tires to be able to maintain this gap, or will the draft be able to help suction Kutcher by? 2 laps to go. Kwiatkowski taking shower lines to prevent a potential late dive.
On the defensive, Kwiatkowski goes. He sticks right there, white lining around this circuit to keep Kutcher behind as Josiah Phillips gets around the driver of Heeman right there, which that's not really going to help him. He's going to continue to drop further and further behind. It could at least finishing 6th as we go back up front to get the white flag. One more time around here for Kwiatkowski and Kutcher. Kutcher thinks about it. He'll duck to the inside. He has some room to work with. He'll come across the line, actually beating Kwiatkowski to the line. And now he has to go on the defense for a full lap.
Now the thing is, Kwiatkowski every time's respond to the next corner. Kutcher knows the script. He blocks it off. Is he going to take it too strong? No, he's able to park it on the apex off. Kwiatkowski needs to be closer if he wants a chance. Goes a little shower through 7. Kutcher's been waiting in the wings for a setup most of this race, thinking about a way to outsmart Kwiatkowski, who's gone for aggressive moves almost every time by. But to the checker flag here, it is Kutcher who's able to outsmart the 892. It's time to wave to victory lane.
Absolutely incredible run.
Yep, absolutely. Kwiatkowski, Klein, Phillips, Heeman out in front of Lash, Tracy, Gallagher, Williamson, and Beck are the 10 karts as they roll through. And an interesting race to the very end. Still no word on the KA100 Master point standings, by the way. In terms of where the calculations are, those have not come through yet on the scoring. So we wait to find out who comes through. One final break, and then it's one final race. KA100 Senior up next.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Karts on the track. It's time to find out who wins the final of this final day of this season. Henry Wheeler ready to control things at the front of the field. He'll start on the pole alongside Ryan Crouch, Blade Fountain, and Remy Adrianos will be the top 4. Will Steele charge from the back to 5th in the pre-final. Logan Muller will start in 6th. Garner and Miller, the top 8. Hambrick and Degenhart, your top 10. You flip the page, it's Max Klein next with Marcus Bachoun, Then it's Clune and Blatt with Upton and Braden Heber down in 16th. Carter Thompson also had issues in the pre-final. Caleb Sircone at the tail. It's our final race of the season. We hope you've been enjoying the action today on Kart Chaser. To close out Kart-O-Ween, Trick or Treat, time to take the green. The outside gets the better odds. It's Ryan Crouch who pulls up in front with Wheeler jumping down to second.
How about Crouch getting that excellent jump on the field there to get ahead of Wheeler? The 32 machine right there also trying to work his way up through of Remy Andrados as he tries to fight his way through. Everyone's single file as they come out of turn number 7, knowing a lot can still happen.
Yeah, now to battle it out. Here we go up front. It's going to be Wheeler who takes the lead back. First lap complete on a double digits. As look at this, Adriano's 3 wide as Miller tries to go through. Miller trying to cut through, able to get in front. The 937 gets up into second. That's aggressive.
Aggressive, but you know what? It's the last race of the season. It's time to make brave and heroic decisions. If you got the run, you go for it here. And how about that for Crouch and Andriatis, who are looking to try to go up there and bring home a victory for the Morel Art and Trinity Karting Group.
Yep, and now we look to see where things truly shake up. Fountain's been in the conversation of the podiums both days. Fountain stole a podium at the end with a drag race yesterday. Looking to try back up the speed again today. Oh, wow, Steele. We already talked about this with this series, with this season. The championship already in the hands of Will Steele. Steele Motorsports machine. Normally in our series, but his TKG has been fast all the time throughout the campaign. Today, though, in this final, isn't picking them off one by one immediately, is waiting in the wings right on behind Crouch and Fountain, waiting patiently.
Everyone's just being calm, cool, and collective right here in this moment. Still a lot of racing to go. We're seeing this group just trying to see if they can make tracks to catch up to your top 3, and then we'll see about them challenging for positions for the time being. But Crouch leading the charge with Fountain and Steele. Steele, I think he's just going to take it easy. He knows he's got the championship locked up. He's going to just try to bring it home in one piece and celebrate once we wrap up here in the next 7 minutes plus 2 laps.
Right now, it's about trying to plot and plan to be able to keep up with those leaders. Top 2 running away, and everything shuffled up front. Wheeler actually shuffled down to 3rd, in fact, behind Adriano's in 2nd, and Miller was up to the race lead. 937 up in front in control, and he has been the fastest of them all in the finals throughout the weekend. 1 Australian Pursuit beating Wheeler. 1 yesterday in the final itself for KA100 Senior. Looking to do it again. But Adriano's has had a bit of a rough time throughout the weekend. Yesterday got bounced around. Today, been able to stay out of trouble. Outside of some off tracks where he recovered very quickly, mind you, in the pre-final. And is amongst the drivers that's run for TKG in X30 Junior. He's now up in front. The driver finished last year 26th in Super Nats, is up to the point.
And Dorado's doing everything he can here to now lead the charge. He wants to have a shot of victory before we get set for the Super Nats here. And what a great way to, even though it's a club race, get a win just before you head off to Las Vegas, no matter where it is. Get the energy going, get yourself typed up and set to go. Same thing with Mueller as well as for Wheeler. They're looking to try to do the same thing here, get that last win. And I know for Mueller, you know, won the race yesterday, of course, his mom won the chili contest, and looking to do it again here today as they head off into turn one. A little bit of separation, but Andrados doing what he needs to do to place the kart in the right position in order to hold on to the lead.
It's the huge thing here, coming around 5 minutes to go on the season. Right now, the top three just matching line to line as you would normally see in this circumstance. Don't look now, but Fountain's in fourth again. Blaine Fountain's been a truly solid driver this entire weekend. Not sure if he's got race winning pace, but does definitely have enough to be able to latch onto these leaders if things get wild. You can see how much that 939 is pushing to try and close this gap as fast as possible.
I have to say, Fountain is running some great lap times too. He's actually faster than your top two right now. He's just about on the same pace as Henry Wheeler. So give him a little time. He may try to make a charge here in the closing stages.
They make their way through with 4 minutes to go. Wheeler trying to push now. He's up to second here in this sequence. Losing a lot of ground this lap is Muller. Trying to become the bridge at this point with Fountain. By the way, Steele has gone nowhere. Hasn't been able to find a way around Crouch. Nothing's changed back there. Carter Thompson's gone from the back to 7th after a crash earlier today. By the way, that driver on the barrier is Marcus Batchum, believe. It's 5 laps down to close out the day. There's a look at one of the Rockets. In this case, Miller also amongst those drivers trying to pick up some ground, but Miller trying to battle for second of the championship is doing what he needs because Brendan Hebert's done nothing in terms of moving up. Steele does take the chance to move up now, but that's because Carter Thompson's trying to follow him near contact.
Close call right there for those drivers as they nearly go off course. Thompson, Kraus, Miller, and all of them just trying to battle it out, and just to say that, they go back with Crouch leading the charge once again. Steele dropping back all the way to, looks like the, I'd say 6th position or 7th spot as he tries to hold position at the time being.
Oh, a hard send. Bit of contact there. Carter Thompson forced it through. Some of these drivers getting a little bit more braver to end it off. Or thought about it again. Under investigation. Contact. Henry Wheeler. Avoidable contact. That could be a changer for how this lead pack goes.
Well, if I was Henry Wheeler, I'd try to find a way to get around and make tracks in 2 minutes. I don't think you can make 5 seconds up in 2 minutes, but you got to try to at least work with the group that you have right here and pull away to where you can at least have a good shot of finishing on the podium or in the top 5. And 5-second penalty given to the 960 of Carter Thompson.
Yeah. Thompson continuing to fly. Yeah, not sure. Did see some argy-barginess. It is avoidable contact for Carter Thompson.
Well, with that, Wheeler, I guess, heard what we decided to say. Make tracks and try to pull away to beat that 5 seconds, but it's going to be close to see what he can do and try to pull away. But for Carter Thompson, tough break for him with a minute to go, plus 2 laps. You're looking at right around 4, maybe 5 laps left to go in the race as Wheeler gets back on the saddle and holds on here with the race lead in that Lando Norris kart.
Trying to get aerodynamic. No further action. Henry Wheeler. That is going to be helpful for him. Antrianos, as he's thinking about that, takes over the race lead again. Granados trying to hold on with a crossover. It's Muller again. Couldn't get the exit speed down, though, to keep the overlap. All over the bumper is the 937. Fountain still stays within the bridge. It's a 4-car breakaway with 3 laps to go in 2025.
Andreotto's doing everything he can to hold off Henry Wheeler, who has had an incredible year in 2025, looking to try and cap it off with a chance to go to the top of the leaderboard here today at the Pro-Am Karting Championship here at MCC, as well as also have the chance to go to the top of the leaderboard at Las Vegas. But right now, Muller is getting to the inside, nearly goes up on 2 wheels, gathers it back up, and now has to deal with Fountain right there behind.
And now, come up to 2 to go on their season. 2 laps to work with. Inside. Up pass by Muller. He gets in front of Wheeler. Andreotto's is running away. 922 is picking up and running at the right time to go. Wheeler crosses up for second. They're spending more time battling for second and third than they are to catch up. Fountain nearly spun the Kart out for third, trying to get through as well. He gets passed back instead.
Look at Muller, how he was actually just drifting on that curbing right there with that front tire. Incredible car control in order to maintain and hold on to that position for third as they come down the front straightaway. 1 more lap here for your KA seniors. 1 more lap here at MCC for 2025 as they head down into turn 2.
Adriano's about to close out the season with the victory if he doesn't make any mistakes. Gap is more than a second. Wheeler's picked up the buffer with the battle for third intensifying. A wild end to the year for K100 Senior. Could have gone in many different ways, with Wheeler making an appearance, with Andreotto's making an appearance, with the regulars stepping up. But in the end, it's going to be Remy Andreotto's coming out of the final corner. The 922 nearly drives into the grass and is victorious at MCC Cincinnati. Fountain takes another podium on the final lap.
Absolutely incredible race for Andreotto's as Wheeler and Fountain double podium for the weekend.
Henry Wheeler is the meat of the sandwich in second, with Muller in fourth, Thompson, Steele, Crouch, Miller, Heber, and Hambrick. A part of your top 10 of note. You also had Degenhardt down in 11th. Kloon, Blatt, Sircone, Klein, Upton, Batchoon. The DNFs were Batchoon, Upton, and Gardner. So, well, that just about finishes things up on the season, Taylor. Your final thoughts on a 2025 season here at MCC Cincinnati?
Well, first and foremost, we can't thank MCC enough and the entire Bailiff family, the Trinity Karting Group as well, for their amazing support with club and grassroots racing to have a series that we see such as this here today. And it's been an incredible season from start to finish, working our way through. Great to see some of the great off-track events that this facility hosts and showcase during these weekends. And we look forward to coming back here in 2026 for more exciting action for the Pro-Am Karting Championship. And we hope we get more drivers to attend on a regular, have some closer championship fights, and put on a great show here on Kart Chaser.
Absolutely. So that note, it's just about time to say goodbye. Like, thank you for tuning in for today's action and this weekend's coverage of Kartoween here on Kart Chaser. For Tim.
This broadcast is the sole property of Kart Chaser Group, LLC. Any rebroadcast, reproduction, or other use of the images, audio, or accounts of this event, in whole or in part, without the expressed written consent of Kart Chaser Group, LLC is strictly prohibited. Thanks for watching.